Hello, everyone. Welcome to Phonogenics 101. Well, it was January 2 years ago, and I was sitting in a coffee shop with my friends, and I said, you know what? I need to get this podcast started. So I decided I was going to do Joni Mitchell, Madonna, Stevie Nicks, and Prince. And here we are. I'm hearing an echo of my voice. Are you guys hearing that a little bit? No? Okay. Here we are. We made it through all the way through Joni Mitchell. We're on Shine, her last album of new material to date. There may be another one, but to date, this is her last album of new material. So thank you all for being on this journey with me throughout her whole discography. It's kind of bittersweet to be at this point. We have one more podcast next month where we're going over the compilations, but I really enjoyed this so much. The Stevie Nicks series was the first I finished, and I finished Madonna. That Prince one, we're still trying to get through that one. But this Joni Mitchell one's really been special. So thank you all so much. And speaking of Joni Mitchell, there's been big news in the Joni Mitchell universe. And before we talk about the Shine album, we feel like we should touch on it a little bit because we are living this in real time. Joni Mitchell had an aneurysm in 2015, correct? And even when we started this podcast, I don't think we even knew if Joni I didn't know she could talk because she would never talk in the pictures. You would just see photographs. I'm like, is she talking? And then, more interviews came out, and damned if she didn't get on stage and sing for the first time since 2013, was it? 2012?
And play guitar.
My goodness. So the panel here, everybody knows you all from doing the whole series, but we're just going to go right into the discussion. Does anyone want to talk about this? I think this performance of Joni Mitchell's is one of the most important performances of our century so far. I just think it was a monumental performance. Bob, take it away.
All I will say is that, all of my friends that I've been talking to for years about, how important Joni Mitchell is, and she hadn't done anything in such a long time, 15 years since her last record. And they're like, yeah. Well, all of a sudden she performs at Newport, and it's like international attention. YouTube goes nuts. The entire web goes viral. Both sides now is crazy. People are crying. And I'm like, I told you guys,
Yeah.
She's a BFD, right? She's an important artist. So now you know. I wasn't just blowing smoke up your ass.
And that performance of Both Sides Now kind of took what she did in 2001 and even deepened the impact for me.
Sure.
I mean, I love that orchestra version. That's my favorite thing that she did with the orchestra. But this recent version, with the weight of everything that's happened in the world and then her own life, damn. Like, I just sat there and cried. And Mark, I'm sorry, I got to say it. I just wish Brandi Carlile to tell him, Joni, like she is, shut up and just let her sing, have her legendary moment. We don't need you to say, tell him, Joni, in the middle of this moment. It pissed me off.
Well, I would say, if you're facing death, or past a possible death experience like she did, Both Sides Now takes on a whole new meaning.
Right. Yeah. And, much thanks to Brandi Carlile for being such a friend and what's the word I'm looking for?
Ambassador
of Joni Mitchell. I mean, I think everything that's happening now, I think we owe a lot to Brandi Carlile. But shut the fuck up when Joni's singing. And you don't need to do all these theatrical things to draw attention to yourself. Shut up. Let the legend do her thing. Joni's the queen. Let her have her moment. That's all I'm going to say. Mark, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Well, it was supposed to be sort of a recreation of the Joni jams that have been going on at Joni's home. So, but what I was going to say had to do with the Cameron Crowe podcast that Chris mentioned a few minutes ago before we went live. He made a remark that, and I think he was referring to her time on stage at Newport, that she was just like a child. She was just so delighted and so happy to be there. And he said she's very lucky she's getting to experience what it's like for people if you're potentially going to be gone, or if you're not going to survive, So she's finding out now, or as Brandi puts it, she's getting her flowers now.
Yeah.
Which I think is great. And her singing when she got to Both Sides Now in the Circle Game was beautiful.
Did anyone else find it interesting that it seemed like the more comfortable she got, she really wanted to do her own phrasings of the songs. There's a little bit of a clash because the people singing along with her were doing, the way Joni did on the albums years ago. But I feel like Joni's ready to take her songs and reinvent them like she always does. So it's cool to hear. I hope she keeps singing because I want to hear what she wants to do with these songs without, people singing along with her.
Well, there were some of those songs where she was singing. Sorry, Robin.
That's okay.
Singing a harmony.
Oh, yeah.
Really, she was trying to find a harmony that would fit into her vocal range.
It was awesome. I will do Robin, then Jack.
Well, I think that the way she sang Summertime, which she did by herself, really showed what she could do.
Yeah.
And I mean, that was just a wonderful rendition.
You know what? I did love the Love Potion number 9 too. When she hit that low note. I kept watching it over and over. Was such a fun moment. Oh my goodness. And that low voice that she has. I mean,
I took a sip.
Yeah, I was like, hell yeah. I watched it over and over. I was delighted.
Well,
right.
If you have the opportunity to get to that podcast, Larry Carlton was the other person who was interviewed.
Oh.
And he had lots of great pearls about, anecdotes about how things came together in the studio for Court and Spark in particular.
I mean, should we start referring to her as Dr. Joni Mitchell?
That's right.
Dr. Mitchell, like Dr. Biden and,
Well, this is her third doctorate.
Right. So she's just like a triple doctor.
It's like, oh, another one. All right, Jack, is your hand up?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Love Potion. It was interesting when the videos were popping up on Facebook or YouTube, that a song would show up and then another song would show up and what have you. So it was, you're sitting there waiting for another one to be released. And when Love Potion number 9 came up, I'm like, what the hell is she doing this for? And then I laughed through the whole thing. It brought me so much joy.
Yeah, me too.
And then picking up the guitar.
Oh my God, I know.
That brought tears to my eyes. It was just like, holy shit, man.
Unbelievable.
And then Summertime, of course, to me was her best vocal performance. It kind of made me think of Alberta Hunter. I don't know if you know who Alberta Hunter is, but she's I think when she was 89, she was an old black woman, kind of a bluesy jazz kind of thing. And she released an album at 89 and a lot of really cool stuff on there. Yeah, real interesting lady. And so when we were talking about Joni putting out an album or potentially, doing more songs and stuff, that's kind of what it made me think of it is that, hey, if Alberta Hunter can do it, why can't Joni?
I am curious what Joni's thinking about, like what she's really thinking about, because her songs talk about what she's really thinking about. So, we see her out there having fun and she's obviously enjoying herself, but I want to know what's on Joni's mind. And we do have to mention one more thing before we start talking about Shine. Winona, didn't you love her?
Oh, crying.
Just sitting there crying back there. That's how you do it. You just cry in the background. You don't need to draw attention to yourself. Everyone will see that you're affected by this, just like we all are.
Wasn't that long ago that she lost her mother.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I think that performance of both sides now is one of the most important performances of this century. And this is the most exciting thing in my music universe since Christine McVie went back on stage with Fleetwood Mac after being retired for 15 years. Like, I never thought I'd see Christine on the stage again. And then having Christine back and then having Joni back. Oh, I might be single my whole life, but, I'll take Joni Mitchell back on stage over a date. All right. Thanks to my Patreon subscribers, many which are here. I listen to some other podcasts and they have all the cheesy advertisements and product placements. We're never going to do that here. This is just grassroots. It's laid back. I appreciate people that donate a little bit to support this and paid for my Zoom and stuff. So thank you so much. Thank you to everyone that subscribes on YouTube. We're just a bunch of people that really love music that love to get together and talk about it. So we've talked about every single Joni Mitchell album from Song to a Seagull. Now we're on Shine. We did the 70s. We did the 80s, which was a little controversial. We did the 90s. We did the orchestra albums, which was a little controversial. And now we're at Shine. So I guess I'll give a little context. In the early 2000s, Joni Mitchell came out with like 30 compilations. It wasn't really 30, but there was a lot of compilations. She said she had retired. I never thought we'd hear a new Joni Mitchell song again. So then when she started doing work with the ballet, which here's my little fill in the drum CD. And that's the first I heard that she had new songs, because there were 2 new songs in the ballet, right?
Well, there was only a reworking of Big Yellow Taxi.
Right.
The only new recording, wasn't a new song.
So, that was the first inkling that, holy crap, this might be a new era of Joni Mitchell. So then the news came out that there was going to be a new album. The late 2000s was when the Starbucks Here Now music label was really cranking out some music. I know that they did an album from Carly Simon, which Carly was salty about because she said it wasn't promoted the way she wanted it to be. However, it seemed like Joni had a good experience on the Here Now label, because wasn't this her first album that had charted in many, many years as high as it did?
Correct.
She also did a one of their Artist Choice series.
Right.
Which was her favorite songs that were meaningful to her.
And the best thing about that is she put one of her own songs on there, which I loved.
Yeah, Shine actually debuted at number 14 on the Billboard charts.
Right.
Of the top 100. So it was the best she'd done in quite a while.
Yep. And I remember when Shine came out, like a lot of people were talking about it. I remember, for some reason, I just remember Rosie O'Donnell putting some tweets out about how excited she was about the album. Like, it was really part of the cultural conversation. And I just remember being thrilled that new Joni Mitchell music was a conversation point. That we had new music, people were talking about it, and it was just a great time to be a fan. I wish I would have known you all back then, because we could all bonded together, and I just was thrilled by this album. So I guess before we go into the album, does anybody want to talk about anything in their life that was pertinent to this album coming into your world? I just remember, for me, it was 2007 this came out, right?
Correct.
So, a lot of the divas I loved were still more active back then. Madonna was still relevant. Did I just say that in my podcast?
Shame on you.
But she does have a new remix collection out that we're talking about on a podcast Wednesday. Ruben, you're a Madonna fan, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome to join Wednesday if you want to talk about Finally Enough Love.
Yeah, send me the.
All right, cool. But yeah, 2007. I drove to Starbucks. I'll never forget it. It was a Starbucks on West Shore Boulevard, which is across town from me. There were less Starbucks in Tampa than there are now. And I remember, I wanted to make a day out of walking to Starbucks, buying the CD at the counter, then going in my car and driving around listening to it. And I just cried and cried. I was so moved by the album and that there was new Joni Mitchell music. I had my iced vanilla latte. I got the coffee to go along with it. And I remember the day. I remember what the sky looked like. I remember the temperature, the weather. That moment's frozen in time for me because it was just monumental. And I hope that's not the last time I hear new Joni Mitchell music. Then that's encouraging that there might be more. So I feel like I've talked a lot. Does anybody else want to talk about the day Shine came into their lives? All right, Ruben. Then Chris.
I did the same thing you did. I got up early that day. I drove to Starbucks, picked it up. And back then, my husband and I owned a small restaurant in Saco, Maine. And I drove back and put it on while I was working. That was the first time I really heard it. And I played it all day. And I played a lot of Joni Mitchell in the restaurant anyway, just because I could. And all day people would come in and they would stop and say, "Who is this? That sounds like Joni Mitchell." Everybody was surprised that there was a new, even casual fans were surprised that there was something new. And it was a special day. It really was. And my life back then was so busy. My daughter was 1. And I didn't have 5 minutes to myself ever with the restaurant and everything. So I liked it. I played it a lot, but I didn't pay. I don't know. It just sort of filtered out. And then I didn't really pick it back up again until the vinyl got released a year or two ago.
Okay.
And I dove back into it and remembered what a great album it really was. I really do like it. It's very different for me from the rest of her catalog, but we'll talk about that later. But
wasn't the vinyl blue, if I'm remembering correctly, or no?
I don't think so.
No, it wasn't. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Chris, what's your hand up next?
It is. I was tracking more about, and there was more, it seemed, in print about the art show rather than the music. It seemed like that was really taking the lion's share of any press inches that Joni was getting at that time. So this came out in the end of September, I think, in 2007. She had already mounted the Green Flag song art installation in Los Angeles, and it was on its way and about to be opened in New York. So I was really tracking that. I wound up making friends with the gallery owner of the Violet Ray Gallery, Chrissy Glenn, and I went to see the gallery in the second that it opened, and I had not purchased the record. I don't believe I had purchased it, but I did wind up purchasing one right at the time I went to the gallery in the hopes that I could somehow get Joni to sign it. And yeah, it happened. She signed it. So
Oh, wow.
it's in plastic, you see. Yeah, I'm really happy that that she was able to do that for me. I only had to help move the crates on the closing night but it was actually a great show. But there was a lot going on. The ballet. What was the release of the ballet? I'm just trying to get the chronology in place.
2006.
Right. So
I'm not sure what month.
Right. So the ballet. That's why the album cover reflects the ballet. So the ballet led. Did the original staging of the ballet include any of the Shine tracks, though? I don't think it did. I know subsequently they did add it, but
Yes, Big Yellow Taxi was included for the ballet because the Jean Martre, whatever his name was, said he wanted something to do a encore with. So could she rework one of her famous songs for an encore that people were more familiar with? Because, as you know, most of the songs in the ballet were some of her more obscure tunes.
Deeper, yeah.
And didn't If come a little bit earlier than some of the other stuff? Because I remember hearing about If a little bit before the rest of the album. Does anyone else remember that or no? No? Okay.
She considered this, though. She was what, 57? No, she was 54 at the time. Wow. It's a lot of work for a 54-year-old to do in a short period of time like that, between the ballet, the album, and the art installations. I mean,
more like 63, Chris. In 2006.
Right, 2006.
Well, let's see. Yeah, she'd be.
Yeah, she could have been 54 because that's only 8 years older than me, and I know I'm not in my Shine era quite yet.
Wow. She just humbled me. I'm 63, and I sure couldn't do what she did. That's for sure.
She made a comment about that she was working harder than I don't know how many 20-year-olds or
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Bob.
So yeah, I bought the CD when it came out, and it had this protective strip to cover the controversial butts of the ballet dancers. God forbid I should see men in tights. I might, go crazy. I did not.
So before we move into the song by song, what did you guys think of the album cover? I thought, it was different for a Joni Mitchell album cover. I know the ballet was a huge artistic triumph for her, and she was really excited about it. But I was surprised that it was the cover of the album.
It was an odd choice. It doesn't really pertain much to the multi themes of the album, I think.
Right. Yeah, very odd.
I think it's a beautiful photograph, though. I like the cover.
I like the cover of the songbook. That is this picture. I think I prefer that picture.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, any other thoughts or any other stories anyone wants to tell before Chris? Oh, Laura.
Well, when it was released, I was driving from Starbucks to Starbucks to see who had it. And if they didn't have it, I gave them hell. I said, this is a remarkable album, and so they were like, well, maybe we'll get it in, but most of them had it. So
That's amazing. I love it. Yeah, so like I showed, I had the CD of the film The Drum Ballet soundtrack. Now I don't know if this came out before or after the album, but it has all the songs from the ballet, and from Shine it has If in a Big Yellow Taxi and Shine. So it must come a little bit later. All right. Well, Chris, you're going to kick things off with a performance of the opening track, right?
Yeah, all right. Now, you know, it's always a McGilla for me to get my sound up here.
Okay, let me do a pause, and then we will
Yeah, thank
take
you.
it from there. Yay, that was beautiful.
Great.
Nice, Chris.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It was really nice to just hear the piano part.
That's all. It is.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, the-
My,
There's a-
my,
no,
my,
I mean-
my feeling though is that I think it's actually, when I hear it alone, I think, oh my God, the song is at least half Wayne Shorter.
Really?
I actually think it's so much improved with Wayne in it. I love what he does all the way through this.
You're a little quiet, Chris.
I think it's Bob Shepard, actually.
Yes,
Oh,
Bob
it is?
Shepard on
Oh,
sax.
wow. Sorry about
Wayne's not on
that.
this record.
Ah, sorry. Yeah,
on the
well,
sax.
so much for my gushing on Wayne then. Yeah, Bob does a great job on it. It's beautiful. And I actually call this song Waltzing with Bears.
Aw. So this was our first new music from Joni Mitchell since 2000, or I'm sorry, since 1998, Taming the Tiger. And I thought it was so cool that she started the album with an instrumental. Had she ever done that before? This is the only time, right?
Well, there was Tiger Bones and there was Speechless, but I think this is the first time she ever stood up and just said, "Here's an instrumental straight out."
And didn't she say this? She wrote this in British Columbia, just looking out and seeing the animals.
Mm-hmm.
I performed this the first time at the Joni Fest that we were at in Ruby Lake, and I had this grandiose notion that I was going to sit down at whatever keyboard there was there and hear the exact crickets that Joni would have heard, and all just reduplicating the situation, and it was in my grandiose thought in my own mind. I couldn't hear a thing.
I was moved to tears the first time I heard this song. I just thought it was beautiful.
It won a Grammy.
Yeah, it's a great piece of music. Bob, was your hand up?
Yeah, so in the liner notes for the record about this song, she talks about a certain part of the piece where the bear makes an appearance, and then that segues into this place with the bear digging in a garbage can, which is probably the same incident.
All right. Does anyone else have any thoughts on 1 week last summer?
I don't know if it's strictly about 1 week last summer, but I actually had two different sort of awakenings with this album. When it first came out, I really liked it, but I was listening to it in my car, and then probably after a couple of weeks, I brought it in the house and played it on my home stereo, which is it's a very nice setup, and sonically, there's so much to this album. In some weird ways, the atmospherics almost remind me of Hejira, where there's just these weird kind of things happening, very similar to in Hejira, where you're just getting sounds floating around. And so anyway, that's all I want to say, that if you haven't ever heard this on a really great stereo, you should, because it really sounds fantastic.
I just remember my first listen to the album feeling like, holy shit, after all these years and after Joni saying she's retired, there's still some things that she hadn't done before. There were some new sounds. She still had some new ideas. I loved it. Mark. And then Chris.
Well, I have a confession to make. I wasn't overly familiar with this record until I started listening to it for this Zoom. And I think it's mostly because the first few times I heard it, I thought, it's so depressing. But I don't know, when I've been listening to it over the last month, I've really sort of fallen in love with it. It really is beautiful. And I expected it to sound angry, but she doesn't really sound angry on this record. She sounds sad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She sounds, discouraged and sad, although she gives us hope too. But yeah, the opening track is really lovely. And I like the whole album.
All right, Chris and then Bob.
I have to make a confession in that this was the first track that I kind of had this glimmer of thought, and it was borne out even later on in the album to a greater extent. I was actually disappointed in some of the synth textures. I really pined for actual woodwinds on this particular
Sure.
song. And there are other songs later on in the record that I still think are crying to be replaced with strings, real strings, in various places. And I think she ran out of time, and frankly, and I think she, this is where perhaps there were too many things on her cooker that she couldn't watch them all there, and maybe she had to put one away, or frankly, she was with this new record company that was for the most part leaving her alone, and she said, you know what, I'm not going to piss them off by spending too much money, so maybe she might have been being a good camper. But this was the first one I said, wow, I just wish for a moment that those woodwinds were real. They cut off too quickly. There's a couple of little small nuances, and maybe Dave will echo some of my thought on what he would have done differently.
Well, I kind of wondered why it was done the way it was too, Chris. And I think it would have benefited from having the real instrumentation too. I don't know if she was trying to save money, but I also wondered how she created this. I mean, with Court and Spark, she had the musicians there that she could kind of indicate to them what she wanted on the record. But here she's kind of making it up as she goes along, and I almost feel like she was trying to do her own orchestral arrangements, except doing it all on a synthesizer.
Was the Kiva still up and running in 2007? I didn't read the liner notes to see if where it was.
I don't think it was recorded in the Kiva, no.
See, at the time, I kind of approached this album of Joni being more of an indie artist. So I just felt like she was kind of like a little bit more lo-fi, just holding up in her studio, doing something a little bit more indie and just having a ball with her synthesizer. And from that approach, I was always okay with the album, of her just kind of reeling it in and doing something just for fun. I mean, at this point, I think she just did this album for nothing more than just to have a good time.
I think that there's something that is different about the way these songs seem to be written and arranged, that hadn't occurred to this point in her recordings.
Yeah.
There's something different about the way she wrote for her own words musically in this, and I can't put my finger on it exactly what it is, but some of the timing, and especially in some of the deeper vocal songs, some of the way they're timed out, and the changes that she introduces, there's great depth and subtlety and a real sense of dynamic within existing phrase that she does put herself back in the mix several places in this record, both when she's accompanying herself and in her vocal. She really lets other things take precedence in a way that is jazzy, for lack of a better word, I think.
All right, we have Bob, then Ruben, and then Laura.
So this song was originally entitled Gratitude. It's the only song that Bob Shepard plays alto sax. Every other sax is soprano. She had asked the engineer Dan Marnian to bring her a composer's synthesizer. She said, on other albums, she would compose the orchestral parts and then throw the organic instruments on. But for this record, she wanted her own parts to shine on, pardon the pun. Over and above that, all I'll say is I'm really grateful for this discussion, because I've listened to this record probably 10 times since we said we were going to listen to it. And I've been a curmudgeon in the past couple of podcasts. I will not be a curmudgeon on this podcast because of the discussion and me listening to this record and reading about it. I've really learned to love it. I think it's great.
Yeah, and let me echo that, Bob. I will say I also gave some pretty low ratings for the last albums, and I love Shine. I love this album. All right, Ruben, and then Laura.
I'm just gonna echo Chris. First listen, I had wished that there were more real instruments on the album, and it kind of in a weird way reminded me of Leonard Cohen's. My dad's a big Leonard Cohen fan. I'm not as big of a fan, but his Dear Heather album that started out as demos, and I think they just ended up using a lot of the demos, the demo music instead of re-recording it. This one kind of reminded me of that in a way, but I decided none of my business and just took it for what it was, and I really do like it. One thing you said, Chris, about the writing, I felt the same way, and I saw an interview with her after it had come out, and she said that what had started a lot of the poetry came from giving up her daughter, and that sort of drove so much of the work that came after it. And she said when daughter came back, the muse was gone, and I really feel that in this album. I feel like it's still a Joni album, but it comes from a completely different place. Everything up to this point had done, and I think you can feel it. I really do. I still like it, but it's like it's from the other room. It's interesting to me.
That's so true.
Yeah.
Does anyone remember that in her press for this album, she said that didn't she say she had herbal healers that restored her voice? And then when her voice came in, that said, "Oh, same old Joni." Doesn't sound too restored to me.
I think it was much better than on Travelogue.
You do think so? I didn't.
Yes.
Bad on Travelogue. I love her voice on Shine. Like I don't think it's bad. All right, Laura.
First, Chris, that was just absolutely beautiful. I mean, gosh, that was just incredible.
Except for where it wasn't. Thank you.
Oh,
no,
stop.
It was.
It was wonderful.
There was nothing wrong with it. You know, it was your interpretation, but it was awesome. You know, I mean, it was totally Joni. I mean, and what Ruben was saying from a different place, you know, Joni's albums have always been sort of a mothering to me, you know, like she's mothering me. And I think that she was doing that, you know, maybe hoping her daughter would hear her albums. And then when she found Kelly Green, you know, the muse changed, and it took a while to come back. You know, and she said 10 years, and I think she came back as a grandmother, and she dedicated the album, you know, to Marlon and to Daisy, her grandchildren. And you know, we'll get to it, but Bad Dreams Are Good, you know, was inspired by her grandson. It was a quote. And anyway, with this song starting off the album, for me, there's sort of like a washing effect, and it put me in like a meditative mood, ready to listen to the rest of the songs. And the album liner, you know, where she's talking about standing barefoot on a rock and the Pacific Ocean is coming to her, and she's seeing all the beauty. And I think there's a reverence, you know, the song there's a reverence for the earth. And then as she continues on in the album, I think she's more asking people, you know, to take care of this beauty. And anyway, very awesome song, and thank you, Chris, for playing it.
All right, Jack.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to say the song kind of reminds me of Overture on Don Juan's Reckless Daughter, in that it's a perfect prelude to what comes afterwards. You know, it really set the tone for the second song the same way Overture set the tone for Cotton Avenue. So anyway, that's all I wanted to add.
That segue always makes me smile every time I hear it.
All right, welcome, Jahida. And do we have any other thoughts about 1 week last summer before we move on?
Covers.
All right, covers.
We have one.
Our final time doing covers. Isn't this terrible? Isn't this terrible?
I'm sure everyone else is delighted that this is the last time I'm talking covers.
Stop. No, it's not true.
So we have one cover of 1 week last summer, which is by Piano Project, which did this record last year of like 27 Joni tunes. The only Paprika Plains cover, the only 1 week last summer cover, lots of songs that just did, like Chris, just did the piano part. Yeah, and Chris is not happy about it. Chris, keep your yap shut.
All right. Well, for the second song, Joni's moving over to the guitar. There's some nice slide steel guitar in this song, right? It's called This Place. Yep. It's called This Place, and Joni is talking about the Earth and how we're doing a terrible job with it, which it's nothing new for Joni Mitchell. But I will agree with everybody. It is kind of a grandmotherly, like she's the gatekeeper. There's a shift in the point of view this time. She's not raising her fists like on Dog Eat Dog. I feel like she's more wrapping her arms around us and saying, let's love more. Let's love the Earth. So what do y'all think of This Place? Anyone care to start the discussion? Welcome, David.
Good to be here. So where are we?
We just started track 2, This Place.
Well, having been to the place itself, I can see why it's enchanting for her in every way she describes. It's really a magical place to be, and so it is a nice image talking about her. Well, she talks about her neighbor, was actually her groundskeeper, who's worked for her since 1974, and so it's a nice personal tale. Yeah.
And I think it's nice because she dives into some depressing stuff on this record.
Yeah.
But on this song, it's like, okay, yeah, there's some bad. I live in a very beautiful part of the world. There's some bad stuff going on, but give us the courage and the grace to save the planet, which she was talking about back with Big Yellow Taxi many years ago. So this to me it's a hopeful song.
I love how she throws in there, don't say I didn't warn you. That's so Joni.
Yeah, but I hate anybody that rhymes California with warn you. That's become a really bad cliche.
That is a terrible cliche.
Robin, was your hand up?
Well, wasn't she involved with some other people that lived in the area? Did they have a lawsuit, or she was upset because they were going to do mining or something? Does anybody know about that?
I feel like they're going to build something. Like they're going to tear down, and I remember that, Robin.
I think it had something to do with mining. Forest.
I just read something last night where she said that a mountain behind my property, they took it down to ship the gravel to California. And she mentions that in the song.
Molehills.
A lot of
Bob was just talking
in the
about
area.
it.
Yeah, a company started poking around, wanting to tear a mountain down for gravel, then had a giant conveyor belt built out into the ocean where the gravel would be picked up by huge diesel-powered boats several times a day.
Wow.
The deal ended up falling through, but it still concerned everybody living here.
All right. Mark, is your hand up?
Yeah. Bob pretty much said what I was going to say, though. This has some really nice images in it and some really reassuring things. And I mean, she's giving us something a little lighter at the beginning of this, and I like that too. One thing that I noticed while I was listening to it and reading the liner notes was that this was the ensemble that she had when she played the Gorge with Bob Dylan and Van Morrison, Greg Lees and Larry Klein and Brian Blake, it's kind of nice to hear that again after all these years.
You know what else I liked about this song is that the acoustic guitar was back. After the processed guitar on Taming the Tiger, we get the acoustic back. So I appreciated that. Chris, and then
that, Jeremy, there's only James Taylor on one song, and Joni plays fake guitar from the keyboard on a couple of them.
Oh, okay. So maybe she tricked me just because I don't have the best ear for audio sometimes.
Last song. She If.
Well, yeah, she plays guitar on If, and James Taylor plays on Shine.
What's she playing on this one? Is that?
But everything else is sampled guitar.
Oh, okay.
It's like a clavinet kind of guitar hybrid kind of thing, and the guitar, that kind of samba strum that you hear on this version of Big Yellow Taxi, that's all synthetic.
Well, she had me. I haven't been fooled this bad since the oboe on The Only Joy in Town.
Sorry.
Oh, if I had a heart, I'd cry. All right. I have Chris and then Bob. Chris, did you?
I just wanted to call out that she brings the name of her publishing company into this song. Those Crazy Crows.
Oh, yeah.
Making a commotion. Which I thought was fun.
All right, Bob.
Yeah, just two quick notes. On this entire record, Brian Blade's drumming is phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
The more I listen to it, sometimes I just put my ear to listen to the drums, and he's just amazing, complimenting the rhythm of the music without being obtrusive and overbearing. And the second note is no covers for this song.
Oh. All right. Any other thoughts on this place? All right. Well, Robin, you're going to sing the next song, right? All right, let me pause it so we can. All right, I'd like to introduce my friend, Robin Adler, who's about to sing If I Had a Heart, I'd Cry, accompanied by Chris, correct? All right.
Holy war, genocide, suicide, hate and cruelty. How can this be holy? If I had a heart, I'd cry. These ancient tales, the good go to heaven, and the wicked ones burn in hell. Ring the funeral bells. If I had a heart, I'd cry. There's just too many people now, too little land, much too much desire. You feel so feeble now, it's so out of hand. Big bombs and barbed wire. We've set our lovely sky on fire. There's just too many people now, and too little land, too much rage and desire. Makes you feel so feeble now, it's so out of hand. Big bombs and barbed wire. Can't you see our destiny? We're making this earth our funeral pyre. Holy earth, how can we heal you? We cover you like a blight. Strange birds of appetite. If If I had a heart, I'd cry. If I had a heart, I'd cry. If I had a heart, I'd cry.
Wow, that took my breath away.
That was great.
Ooh, I must have a heart because I'm crying right now. Oh, these songs meant a lot to me. This album meant a lot to me. So, Robin and Chris, thank you so much.
Chris,
Beautiful.
That was
he
beautiful.
was it.
Oh,
Beautiful.
It gets low, doesn't it?
That
I
was
had a heart,
beautiful.
I'd cry.
Oh, thank you, Robin. Thank you
Oh, well.
so much.
Oh,
I'm
thank
sorry.
you.
I'm sorry that I had to play so hard because when she does it, she's feathered back. She pulls her piano way back in the mix,
Yeah.
and Brian is up front, and they're keeping it moving, and it's so much easier than hearing me trying to keep the tempo for you, and that's like
Well,
not.
you did a wonderful job,
Well,
really.
thank you.
Thank you for.
You did a wonderful
Oh,
job.
my
Well,
gosh.
thank you for asking me.
Incredibly difficult to time, especially in regard to me trying to be a metronome, and I'm lousy at it. But that was just beautiful, Robin. And the song is one of the three that I think are really her message songs on the record. This is the first one of three, and it's very direct. I mean, she's not pulling any punches with the lyrics. She's not trying to hide it like in a way the way Three Great Stimulants might have under a little bit of poetry. This is flat out. We've got to do something here. I mean, I'm sitting here and I'm watching my backyard fry. I mean, we're in the middle of a terrible drought, and I know we're not alone in this country, but we're making this earth our funeral pyre. It's so true.
I just read that we're in the worst drought in 1,200 years where we live.
oh my gosh. Hearing this song. Oh, go ahead, Dave.
You'd have to look at the geological record to figure that out. But
Hearing this song 14 years later and everything that's happened in the 14 years since then, humanity, I don't feel like we're getting any better. I don't feel like, damn, that song really, really hit me today. Like, holy shit. Okay, Bob, go ahead, because I'm starting to cry again.
Yeah, no, I mean, just a couple of things. First off, that performance was amazing. It was gorgeous. Always amazing to hear Robin sing, and that song was, as Chris said, a very challenge to sing. Chris, you were right on point with every single note. Perfect. I loved it. I mean, this song, you can think of it as a depressing song, but I think, the whole point of it, if I had a heart, I'd cry. I think what she's saying is, and it's almost like I've read the news today and it's all bad. You can totally dwell on that and curl into a fetal position in the corner of your room, or you can get up, live your life, search for joy where you can find it, do what you can, vote, of course, always, protest when you can, work for causes, contribute to causes. So yeah, how can we heal you? How can I heal myself in this world? What can I do? And sometimes, yeah, I mean, especially in the past couple of decades, if you can get overwhelmed with all the bad shit that happens, but you look for joy, where you find it. And she said, I may feel like a flea on a dinosaur, but I'm still kicking in the shins. That's what Joni said about this song. So while it seems depressing, you can pull that hope out of there that, yeah, don't be overcome by all the darkness. try to be, let your little light shine.
And the thing I find so inspiring about the song is how do you, when you have the knowledge and the life experience and the wisdom being a little bit older, how do you still navigate through life and still care and still make a difference? And this song really is a little bit of a roadmap to that for me with the work I do in my job. And, I see some crazy shit every day at work and I can't cry. If I had a heart, I'd cry, but you just got to find the joy and keep moving forward. So, boy, this one hit me today. David and then Chris.
Yeah, thanks for letting me in late, and I'm sorry I missed the first hour. But what Bob was saying, when I first heard this album, Shine, I really found it unlistenable and really depressing, and I didn't like the music, and I found everything just miserable. These lesions once were lakes. I didn't want to hear it. And at some point, I don't know when, but I thought, and I made this connection with Blue, which is also pretty miserable, talks about really miserable kind of stuff, but has this heartbeat and soul of not just survival, but nourishment and a way to live through and with the really horrible stuff. And when I started listening to this album with that mindset or that memory of Blue, actually, it made it a much more beautiful album. And I think that this song is one of the is a real example of that. Sort of looking with real clarity at exactly the situation as it is in all its impossibility, and going on through that. So thanks.
All right, Chris.
I just wanted to say that I agreed with what Bob said about this song, starting to lay the pipe of it's depressing, and certainly David, you echoed the same initial thought. This is heavy duty stuff, but you're right, Bob. She doesn't leave us reaching for the razor blades through this record. Both Shine and especially If give us hope and propulsion toward trying to make things better, or at least placing in context what we're having to deal with. So I think she did us all a favor. She could have ordered this record very, very differently. She did us all a favor. And when you consider those, what I'm calling the message songs on this, just how potent they are, they're successful in a way because they're that much more surreptitious than anything that there ever was on Dog Eat Dog, which were, again, very, very powerful and direct songs. But these strike, I think, a little closer to the bone. And maybe there's a less preachy tone to them or what, but this is the first one that starts to display it.
Yeah, I feel like the song doesn't make me reach for the razor blade. It makes me reach for the phone to make some phone calls to make some changes. It was inspiring then and now. All right, Jim.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, well, Chris talked a little bit about sequencing, and this one hit me last night because on this song, Joni's kind of asking, well, there's the title, If I Had a Heart, I'd Cry. So she's kind of like lost in this song a little bit. And then in the next one, Hannah, she finds a way forward. We'll get to that in a second.
Yeah. All right. Does anybody else want to talk about If I Had a Heart? Okay, Laura.
Having a hard time there with the mic. Yeah, I agree with what everybody said about this song, that it really has some some deep meaning in it. You know, it's a wake up call. And also, here's a cross from the lyric, you know, and it's the Alberta Ballet. And this whole album, I didn't get to go see the ballet. I don't know if any of you all did, but I sure wish I could have, because I really think it adds so much to, you know, the pictures that she chose to put in here really add to the soul of the music and the message.
All right. Bob.
Just a quick note, Laura, it was released on DVD, so you can see it.
All right.
I think it's streaming too.
Streaming, yeah, probably so.
Yeah.
Bob, did anybody cover? Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt. Who was talking?
Jahida, we're on the third song.
Yes.
Welcome.
No covers on this one.
No covers? We just heard the best cover ever for this song.
Indeed.
Yeah, Jeremy, you really should do a compilation of all the songs from this series of
Yeah. There's been some great performances through the series. Jahida, I saw you talking, but I think you were on mute, so I couldn't hear you.
Still
Nope.
mute.
I wasn't
right.
going to say anything. All I said was because somebody was like, hey, we're on the third song. And I was just going to say that I've been here. I just have my video off because I was stuffing my face.
Well, welcome. We're so glad you're here. And I'm glad Paz is going to be stopping by. And hopefully Sue will engage
Yeah,
at some
I
point.
texted her. She hasn't texted me back. So I have a feeling that they both just probably thought it was Tuesdays because, you know, this is a
usually is.
rare Monday. So,
Yeah. Well, I hope they can make it so the family can be all together.
yes.
We're only on song 3, so they have plenty of time. All right. So next is a song called Hannah. And Jim, did you have something to say before we move on?
No, I'm first in line.
Okay, you're first in line for Hannah. All right. This song was based on a movie called White Banners, which Chris was kind enough to send all of us. And who here did their homework and watched it? I did. I did watch it. I'm not much of a movie person, I must admit. I can sit there and watch like 9 hours of half-hour crime shows, but I can't sit and watch an hour and a half movie. For some reason, like I just struggle. But I'm like, I have to watch this movie. And I did, and I absolutely loved it. So we will talk about that in a little bit. But Chris, thank you for bringing that into my life. I always loved, the first time I heard the song, I'm like, this is a different song for Joni. She hadn't quite done something like this, in my opinion. And it made me love it even more. So Jim, start things off. Our friend Hannah.
Okay, let's see. Well, I got to talk first about an arranger from the 40s. There was this guy who was a piano player and an arranger, and he took April in Paris, which was an Ellington thing, and just like took it to the moon. Just nobody else could touch that after Count Basie did it. And one of the things that he's famous for too was that the more successful he got, the more he just like stepped back, and he would just add these little flourishes here and there. And they were sort of like, they were almost percussive, but it was just a little reminder that he's still there. And for me, the way Joni hits these words, in every verse, she hits a 2-syllable word or 2 syllables from different words, and just drops it in there perfectly. She lays back and then just jumps right on where she should be. Matter and banner and savior, and I can't read my own writing on the first one. I'm not a trained person, but it seems like it's all verses and no refrain. Can somebody speak to that, please?
Yeah, I'd say that there's no chorus on the song, but I was okay with it. The thing that kind of told me I love this song, but the thing that always bothered me a little bit is I felt the synthesized bass was just a tiny bit not quantized. Like it always seemed like it's just a tiny bit off rhythm to me. It always drove me a little crazy. I don't know if anyone else ever noticed that. The doon 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 doon. Like this is a tiny bit off. Okay, Bob.
Yeah. So thanks, Chris, for sending that link. I did watch the film, and by golly, it was just swell. I mean, I'm never one to figure out the ending to films. So when it was revealed that she was there because she had given up a son, and she was wanting to reconnect with him, I was like, oh, okay. You know, Joni at this point was up in Vancouver watching old black and white films. That's how she was passing the time when she was up there. So we have 2 songs on this record. This is the first that are based on older films that would be on the Turner Movie Classics channel or something.
Right.
When I first came out, I didn't know what the heck was up with this song. I didn't understand it. After I saw the movie White Banners, I totally got it. You know, I mean, everything in the movie is right here in this song.
Even the title.
So, yeah, it was really, really great. The film was fun. This is not the only Hannah that makes an appearance in films referenced on this album. The only cover of this song, while I go have the floor, the only cover, if you will, was Herbie Hancock did a concert in 2008.
There's the CD from it.
Yeah, it was like Then and Now. It was a DVD with Joni Mitchell and Sonia Kitchell doing the vocal. And if you've seen the performance, it's real sloppy. I mean, it's not very good because the song, as Jim alluded to, has a really strange meter, and it's hard to hit the song, the lyrics on the right notes.
And it's the drummer from Wild Things, right? Vinny Collie, whatever his name is.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's the same drummer.
The performance was pretty sloppy, but as it's credited to Herbie Hancock, even as Joni doing the vocals, you know, I call that a cover.
And I thought Joni's voice sounded really good live. And
Joni sounded fine. Yeah. She knew her song. Sonia Kitchell, bless her heart, did not. She was.
I don't know what harmony she was hitting there. Oh my goodness!
The next big thing, but it didn't pan out for Sonia Kitchell.
Yeah, you know, some of the things in the movie, as expected, were a little outdated. You know, wouldn't really fly now. But the cynical part of me couldn't help but wonder if Joni wished that she would have left like Hannah did instead of on.
She did.
Well, she did. But then she ended up being reunited with her daughter in real life. I wonder if Joni regretted that or not. Because I don't know how things were going in 2007. All right, Chris.
Well, okay. I have 2 subjects to talk about. The first, I'm going to talk about the film. Okay, the film itself, the reason you don't see it is because there is a copyright issue with the film. What is that copyright issue? I can only speculate. I can only speculate that it was about, if you saw the film, it's about the invention of the home refrigerator.
Really?
And it's right. And it's possible that the person who did actually make that, you know, even though it's got a disclaimer, you know, as long as the day that says, you know, no relation to anybody living or dead or, you know, whatever. Still, they probably didn't like the idea that perhaps the person who got the credit for that device had stolen it from somebody else as depicted in the film.
Yeah, right.
So I think that there was a reason why that was blocked. I think that is the problem with the copyright issue.
Wow.
In the film, which is why it's very difficult. So,
because the actress was nominated for an Academy Award, right?
Faye Bainter was, but I believe that whatever took it away, because I think there was a period at which it was available and shown on television, which brings me to my second point. Okay, I speculate. If you rather than seeing the entire film on a YouTube link somewhere, you can find the bits and pieces of it. Hannah's wise words, which I think is the speech that she gives to Claude Rains in the basement when she's telling him all of the reasons why he has to keep fighting, and you know it. And it's when I heard that particular speech, I thought, Last night, the ghosts of my old ideals reran on Channel 5. Howled so spooky for its eagle soul. It started to sort of make sense to me that somehow this character, Hannah, was a bigger embodiment of where Joni had been at various times. So every time I hear somebody say, oh, yeah, she's talking about Woodstock, the movie Woodstock, I'm like, for some reason, I think Joni's deeper than that. I don't know that would have motivated her in a way that this film might have, especially if she found it after she had given up her daughter. If she found this film after she'd given up her daughter and heard kind of her own story mirrored back to her, because let's face it, she moved on. She went to have her career. She went to Detroit and New York and Florida and California and all over the world. And she made a career, all the while kind of looking back over her shoulder and feeling that there was something there and knowing that there was a big hole within herself. And I think of her, hearing those words and getting solace from them and thinking there's somebody else who understands because they wrote this woman and this woman is me. And so I really feel like there's a deep connection here. Yes, the song is buoyant and fun, and she makes it interesting, and she lets this woman who helped other people find direction now help us find direction after just listening to the last song, which might have led us to despair. She's fucking with our heads here a little bit. She really is, but it's coming from her heart. And I really appreciate this. I've come to love this song and the movie. And it's not a great movie. Let's be honest. It's really not. It's corny as hell in different places. It's from a simpler time. There's no doubt.
Part of it made me long for that simpler time, though. The snow falling. But was there anyone else here that really was moved by Hannah's speech? Because I was like, yes, girl. Like, yes. I'm going to listen to you, Hannah. I am. All right. David, then Jahida.
I really liked the movie. I thought it was better than pretty good. I liked it. This is a nitpicking, and maybe this is just because Joni doesn't look up IMDb to see how the characters' names are spelled. But I do think it's interesting that she de-anglicized the name Hannah to Hana from Hanah. Who knows what that's about? But there you go.
All right, Jahida.
Hey, so I was actually just gonna mention with what Bob was saying with Sonia Kitchell. She was also at
Carnegie
Hall. She did Trouble Child, right?
Correct.
And she was not impressive then either. And I chalked it up. I was like, well, she's 16, whatever, right? But it sounds like she just has not yet figured it out. So that's too bad that she's such a fan, but she always kind of falls flat, I guess. I don't know. But as far as the movie, first of all, Claude Rains is wonderful. And I can see, why he had such a storied career. I did think the movie was a little hokey in the beginning. And I was kind of surprised, actually, because so the mother, the first couple of scenes with the mother, it seemed so almost like we were peeking into somebody's house, really, and how she was kind of brusque, and really almost mannish in a way. And I was like, and it was odd for me because, usually with those movies, those older type movies, especially when they have those mid-Atlantic accents, right? They're kind of posh, even if they're not rich, they're still posh in some way and very refined. And she was just sort of brutish.
And they were dysfunctional. I agree.
Yeah, and it was really interesting. But yeah, then I felt like Hannah was a little too much of a, I don't know, like a angel from heaven kind of lady, like she just could do everything perfect, and she was so God fearing and good, and like you could practically see the halo, and I just felt it was a little, that was the part that was a little hokey. So yeah. What she's supposed to be like the Deus Ex Machina, right? I would imagine so. So I mean, because it's like, oh, of course it's just happens to be perfect, that she comes in and everything that they need she can do. So
leave some perfection behind when she leaves.
So anyway, but yeah, that's I have to admit, I do not like this song. I think that the sound, is kind of a little too it's ugly, if you ask me. I'm not a fan of the song. It also does it, after watching part of the movie and hearing the song, they really don't go together whatsoever. So I'm just kind of like, meh. But I mean, of course her lyrics are beautiful. So and that's all I got to say about that.
My favorite line is where she says it's not a Sunday song where God and Jesus will come along and save you.
That's right out of the movie.
Yeah. All right. Any other thoughts on Hannah? Paz, welcome.
Hi there. Sorry I'm late. I had my grandson and the kids came over for dinner. So Monday night in New Orleans, we had to make red beans. It was wash day, so made red beans and fried chicken. And yeah, they just left. So I missed the first few songs, which I love the first two. And I actually, I enjoy this record. Hannah, I have a love-hate relationship with it. My friend Meg loves this song, and she plays it a lot on the loft. I hear her play it every once in a while. She really enjoyed it. I didn't know about the movie, but I did watch it recently and on a Sunday, and I enjoyed it. It was quirky and it was kind of hokey in a way, but I did enjoy it. I thought that, despite being this angelic person, that she had this evil edge. She had some kind of underlying evilness to her. I don't know why I feel that way, but it was something having to do with her eyes. And I don't know, it was like an ulterior motive. I kept expecting her to do something rash or something, but yeah, it's not one of my favorite songs on the album, but yeah, I do appreciate it though.
I was worried that Hannah and the husband, I thought they were kind of locking eyes for a little bit too long a couple times.
Yeah, I thought this going to be banging nasties there.
I feel like this song's a bop. I'm here for Hannah. I always loved it. Even though it does have some stabs of sound.
I kind of wondered when I was watching it, it was what, 37 or something like that when it was made? 38. World War II wasn't happening yet in Europe, but it was getting pretty close. And there was a lot of, in Britain and different places, appeasement of Hitler and not wanting to fight. And that was one of the things that Hannah was talking about was, no, you can't waste your time fighting this. You have to go on and move on to the next thing. And you can't waste your energy and your time fighting this. And so I kind of wondered if that was kind of a message that was in that movie at the time, that America doesn't want to get into this war, and actually nobody really does, except for maybe Adolf Hitler. After World War I, nobody wanted to fight another world war. Just a thought.
This came out, I just found it such a hopeful song, and if we can sit here and think back, when's the last time that Joni really gave us some hope? I'm trying to, it's hard to go back through Taming the Tiger and Turbulent Indigo. We had the love songs on Night Ride Home, but you know,
she's writing it now.
All right.
I'll just repeat and say that, you know, this place, if you look at it, you know, you can interpret it as a hopeful song.
Yeah.
You know, can we find the courage to save this place?
I feel like Hannah's right along with that theme of, you know, things are fucked up, but put up your white banner.
Roll up your sleeves and figure out how you can make dinner by what you have in the refrigerator.
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of carry the song with me once again in my work that I do all the time.
Stone Soup.
Bob, did anyone cover Hannah?
Well, the Herbie Hancock thing we discussed.
Oh, yeah, we already talked about that. That's right. All right. Any other thoughts on our friend Hannah before we move on? All right. Next is a song that her grandson,
Marlon,
said, "Bad dreams are good in the great plan." Is that the line?
Yep.
Now, this might sound ignorant, but I have trouble wrapping my head around exactly what that means. So what does that mean to you guys?
It means she misheard her grandson. There's no way a child would say that with any kind of intent. It was if he actually used those words, it was he misspoke. You know what I mean?
How do y'all feel?
He's a genius.
He's
a grandson. Come on, child's a genius.
All right, Bob, your hand is up.
Well, I'm fascinated by dreams. It's been funny. I've been retired for over 3 years now, and I have work dreams 3-4 times a week where I'm either called back to work, caught at work, training at work, fired. Last night I was trying to be fired twice. And so I think your brain uses dreams to process what's going on in your life, or a lot of random things, and whatever bad stuff is going on, your dreams try to help you work that out. So that's part and parcel of what this song is about.
Okay.
Bad dreams are good in the great plan.
The torture will end, please. Give me
hope. Bad dreams will help you learn how to deal with whatever bad is out there.
Your dreams are your kidneys of your mind, filtering out the poison. All right. Okay, that makes sense. Jahida, and then Jack.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think it's the same. So there's a song by Gloria Estefan in Spanish, says "No hay mal que por bien no venga," which means there is no good without the bad, right? And so the idea is that bad dreams are good in a way because it does help us feel alive. And it does kind of give that balance, balance to the force. So you have to have a light and a dark side. And so I think, obviously, like the fact that we have our brain puts us in those situations in our dreams are for a reason, right? And whatever that reason is, and I've had, like, let me tell you, during the summer, I have so many work dreams all the time, I'm like school dreams all the time. So I think it's your brain's way of preparing you for certain things. And, the same thing, like with dream interpretations. I mean, it's not always as blatant as the dreams is, it's not always as cut and dry, obviously, if I have a dream that a ghost is chasing me, it's not because a ghost is going to chase me, but right. At least I hope not. But, it's the idea that there's something that you are running from that you have to deal with, and so it's also a way of you, not only preparing yourself for situations, but also to kind of say to yourself, listen to your conscience, like don't be an idiot, So I do think, and I have heard like kids say these profound things sometimes that they don't even realize are profound, like it just comes out of their mouth and you're just like,
right,
holy cow, you're like 5. you know, you little Buddha, you know, and that's just it. Is, you know, I don't discredit the fact that her grandson probably could have said something like that.
I have so many dreams about my last job because the exit out of it wasn't that great, and I just years later still have dreams almost every week. So I guess bad dreams are good in the great plan. All right, Jack, and then Jim.
Yeah, so to me, I've taken it a little differently. To me, it's like bad dreams are like a wake up call. You know, that we tend to, you know, get comfortable in our lives. We may get a little complacent, and every now and then we need something to scare the shit out of us to kind of snap us back to reality. That's how I always interpreted it anyway.
All right, Chris.
I think this is the second of the 3 message songs that I referenced earlier.
Right.
This is, you know, it's again, it's really heavy duty, except for the ambiguity of the title that makes you kind of like, you know, look, you know, within yourself. What does she mean by that? And I think that if memory serves me, that the quote from Marlon came out of a discussion the family was all having about something about the native indigenous peoples' thought in reference to the environment, and that good things or bad things happen so that people will make changes so that they don't happen again. And there was some circular notion to the idea that, you know, people will be motivated to make things right when they realize that something terrible has happened. And maybe this is, you know, the recurring thought that happens throughout this record about, you know, give us the genius to make, you know, give us what we need to make genius out of this tragedy. And that, looking for that hope, I think, is where the song, where I think she probably saw some wisdom in the, you know, coming out of the mouths of babes, that, you know, whether or not it was, you know, misheard or misstated or just somehow turned around, that it was perhaps an oversimplification of the Native American perspective on it. But yeah, I mean, you know, she goes back and is talking about, you know, where people need to find that resolve within themselves, and what you know, she brings up, you know, the Garden of Eden, and, you know, an original sin, and, you know, just sort of where she thinks where it started going wrong, which was basically at the beginning. You know, she's going really deep on this, and it's a pretty soulful song, I think. You know, it's one of the 3.
All right, now Jim, you were next.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, there's continuity here that I'm picking up on. In Hannah, she's talking about this is no simple Sunday song where God and Jesus come along and they save you. You got to be braver than that. And then Marlon's ingenious thing about bad dreams are good in the great design, in the great plan. It also reminded me of a pair of lines from Roseanne Cash in the album Black Cadillac. And she says that she's talking about losing 3 of her family members in a short period of time. And she's saying that day was full of roses. God is in the roses and the thorns. I'm out.
All right, Bob, and then Dave and Robin.
So according to Joni, she took Kaloran and the 2 grandchildren to see the Phantom of the Opera when Marlon was 3. And the play was great. They went to a restaurant afterwards. At this point, Marlon was getting hangry and started acting up. So Joni made up a black fairy tale about the Phantom being real and living under a house. And Kaloran made a comment about it's a wonder that he didn't have any, you know, they didn't have bad dreams all the time. And Marlon said, "But Mom, bad dreams are good in the great plan." That's according to Joni. Whether it's real or not, whether a 3-year-old would say that, can't vouch for it. But that's just according to Joni. The other note is that her first poem she had written in 10 years was a haiku. The haiku was: the catcher in the flower bed, a red hawk rides the sky, a little dog is chewing on a book of matches. Obviously, she used the first 2 lines, dropped the third one. It was the first lines, the first words she had written for this record.
Wow, where the hell did I come up with the thing about the Native Americans? Jeez.
All right, Dave and Robin.
I had a kind of a general question, and that is it is it an artist's responsibility to balance out kind of a negative outlook with hope? I mean, I think that many do. I mean, Barack Obama wrote a book called The Audacity of Hope, and it certainly encourages people when you offer hope, but I don't know that it's an artist's job to do that. I think if you do it insincerely, it comes across as it's all good. You know, everything's terrible, but hey, it's all good. You know, it can come across as just kind of shallow. We just finished Better Call Saul, so I've been hearing it's all good, man. But anyway, so that was sort of a general notion about the role of the artist. I mean, I think of artists like, you know, Frank Zappa or Lou Reed or something, and nobody expects them to give you hope. So I don't know that it's intrinsically any artist's job to make you feel better. And I think Joni's best work is when she's dark. You know, some of her happier songs, there aren't that many happy songs that come across as good as the other ones. I mean, Night Ride Home is a people love it because it makes them feel good, and she was happy at that time. Mm-hmm. And I think just like This Train stands out in that period of her work as a happy song. You know, I'll watching your hairline recede, my vain darling. It's like she's bubbly. But her best work, in my view anyway, is when she's kind of caught in the duality of things and you know, lesson in survival and, you know, just kind of the self-analysis and stuff. So I'm just not sure that any artist needs to give us hope unless that's their personality to do so. And my other comment is simply just the words "in the great plan." Maybe Marlon did say that, but I can't imagine Joni believing in intelligent design, which that sounds like, you know, the great plan. It's all preordained kind of thing. So perhaps she's just quoting him directly, but it seems an odd thing to come out of her mouth.
What's interesting, Dave, is you kind of brought up something that's been on my mind lately. Is I feel like as a society we're so programmed to always get your chin up and look on the bright side and be hopeful. I think there's a real lately, especially in the age of social media, just to be dark. Because, you know, as a songwriter myself, very like low level songwriter, even in like 2009, I wrote some songs that were really dark, and I didn't put them out because I'm like, oh, this is too dark. So I rewrote the song with a dance beat, and now I brought him back for the new album I'm working on. I'm like, fuck it, it's okay to think. You don't have to have a happy ending. You don't have to have dancing clown. Like, it's okay for things just to be fucking dark. And I think as a society, we're afraid of that sometimes. I don't know if anyone else agrees with this.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a big conversation to discuss where we're headed as a species, but it's dark.
Yeah. And let's call it like it is. And the thing that makes Shine okay for me is I feel there is hope there, but I feel like it's kind of light coming through the cracks in the ceiling. Like, to me, it doesn't feel like insincere hope. Because the songs are pretty fucking dark. It's like 4 dark lines and one that kind of is the light coming through the crack in the wall. Okay. Sorry for that little tangent. We have Chris and then we have Paz.
My observation that this again is one song I would have loved to have heard real reeds and, you know, woodwinds on. I think it would have really helped to bring it home. I find that the
Am I the only
And
one
me-
that can barely hear him?
No,
no,
I can
I keep having to adjust.
There you go. That's better.
Is that better? Yeah, I was having some feedback problems earlier. Sorry. I think that this is one of the songs that I wanted real reeds and woodwinds to be on. I think it would have helped. I think perhaps maybe she liked the idea of having the mechanical textures, and maybe that was doing something for her. I would love to have heard real acoustic instruments on it more.
All right, pause.
Yeah, this is I find this as one of her darkest songs, and the imagery that she conjures up here is plumb dark. But the way where we are as a society today, and the way things are, you just have to turn on the news, and it's all bad, and it's all this ugly darkness. So what Dave was saying about is it her job to show us the hope. I think that the imagery itself may cause hope, because what other choice do you have? Just having had dinner with John Michael and my son and his girl and Freda, and we were talking about some darker things, sort of superficially, as to not attract too much attention for him to pick up on it. But he does. Kids are so sharp, and when you mention anything like that, I mean, we mentioned something about the crucifixion. We mentioned all these different topics. We were all over the place this evening, but he picked up on it. Whereas when we had a little show and tell about our tour in Europe with Freda, and going through all these different, we went to the Sagrada Familia in Barcelona, and all these beautiful places, and I was showing the pictures on the big screen, and he was disinterested, but at the mere mention of something dark, it piques his interest. So I don't know, it kind of goes both ways. For me personally, all the darkness makes me look for the light. It makes me try to be hopeful, try to make plans to have something, somewhere to go. Because certainly, I don't feel like I want to stick around here much with the way things are going. I'm looking for an island. I'm looking for a sanctuary, someplace that's going to be, a fun place to retire and be happy and play music and eat good things and have a cocktail.
Greenland's looking pretty good.
Paz, are you jet lagged, Paz?
I'm finally back. I normally don't get jet lag coming back this way, because of the way the time works, as long as you stay up late enough and put yourself in a coma. But actually, I drank way too much on this trip, so I've been on the wagon for 2 weeks. So I'm a little grouchy because I haven't had my medication recently.
So Sue is going to come on. She's like, "Oh no, I'm in my pajamas." I'm like, "So what?" So she's gonna come on.
Good. We're all together. We all got to be together.
The gang's back
The gang's back together.
Hey, I'm not wearing pants, so she'll feel.
Ooh, Phonogenics after dark.
I have a question though. Does anybody here have the vinyl version of this record?
Yeah, I think Ruben bought the vinyl.
Ruben, do you know where the break is between the sides? Is it before or after Big Yellow Taxi?
I'll have to pull it out. I don't remember. I feel like it's after. I'll pull it out during the break. No,
Ruben's going to pull it out.
Oh my God! Stand back, folks.
Okay, stand back. Saying stand back made me think of artists that mishear things and make them into song titles.
Holding it.
There's the album.
All right,
what is the break?
Take the damn plastic off of it, for Christ's sake.
No, it's Les's. What do you mean? What does the break say? What?
Does it say
what's
side
on side
one,
one?
side two?
It does. Side A and Bad Dreams is the last song on it.
Okay.
So yeah, this is the break.
So Tom Petty's wife was talking about, she was backstage with Stevie Nicks. She was talking about someone at the age of 17, but with her southern accent, Stevie Nicks thought she said edge of 17, and that's how that song came about. So there you go, a little tie-in. Did anyone cover Bad Dreams?
There's one cover of Bad Dreams from Martina Jabukowicz's CD, which is all Polish language songs.
All right.
So she's covered Bad Dreams in Polish language, the only one. God bless the Europeans. They have no problem with looking at Joni's stuff after 1980. You know, Americans are only concerned with everything up to Court and Spark.
Yeah.
Culture.
The Europeans, they understand Joni's work goes forward and onward, and they dive into it all.
Let me just be the asshole that always had. I had to say this every podcast. Let's just keep the theme going. But I'd rather hear Bad Dreams than A Case of You. So there we go. There we go. I said it out loud. Since this is halfway through the album, do you guys want to do a 10-minute break, or do you want to keep going? What's the consensus?
Keep going.
Okay. We have one vote for keep going. We're gonna keep going. All right. If you ever were just dying for a remake of Big Yellow Taxi in a Zydeco style, your wishes came true in 2007 with the new mix of Big Yellow Taxi on the Shine album. Okay, guilty pleasure. I actually love this version. Even with the synthesizer accordions and, you know, all these years, I'm like, boy, Joni has a new style of guitar playing. Nope. Dave Blackburn.
No guitar.
It's a synthesizer. Son of a bitch. Is that a synthesizer on Hannah also?
Yeah, she does have Paulina da Costa overdubbing some percussion, but that's all percussion loops as well. And it may be him playing something and then they made a loop out of it. But,
Okay.
But it's that the whole album has this very synthetic kind of ersatz quality, and but apparently a lot of these sounds are all factory sounds in the Yamaha motif. I think Oz told me that guitar loop in Big Yellow Taxi that she uses actually just a factory patch, and so on top of it being fake, it's just like straight from the store.
Lazy.
Yeah. And back to an earlier question, when the point was, you know, why didn't she go with, you know, the real thing? Well, and I have nothing to support this other than having been a producer for a long time. I bet she was given a sum of money by Hear Music to make a record, not a budget like an open-ended budget like A&M. You know, she used to have at A&M where she could make an album that took as long as it took and hire whoever. I bet she was given, I don't know, 100 grand, 150, something like that to make a record. And she thought, well, I got some good sounds here. I'll just, you know, I'll need Brian and I'll need a sax player, but I can do everything else myself and, you know, pocket the difference. So I have no way of proving that, but I just think it's pretty likely.
Ew.
Sue's here.
Excuse me. I gotta jump in here. Dave, you know, wow. It's not the tools, it's the work. Like, here's a facsimile of somebody's composition book. Do you know, anybody know what this is? It's all bashed up, you know. I mean, it's probably 99 cents at Walmart.
Yeah.
And yet, out of this composition book, it's a facsimile. Came this. It's not the tools, it's the work.
Okay.
All right. So Big Yellow Taxi, the new version. Does anyone here love it?
I do.
No.
I do.
Okay, Jack.
You know, I got sick of hearing, was it the Black Crows that had a hit with it or whatever?
No, it was Counting Crows.
Oh, Counting Crows.
Counting Crows.
Yeah.
Didn't Amy Grant do a damn version too?
Indeed.
And I didn't understand why it was a hit. I just thought this was charming. I liked the Zydeco feel to it. I don't know. Plus, I think it's a good palate cleanser. After all the songs leading up to this, you kind of need a little break. So
I feel like it's kind of on brand for Shine too, because like what she wrote about in the original song, things are fucked up, but in the motif of Shine, they're fucked up, but there's a little light coming through with that little accordion, the little shuffle there. All right, who here hates this version? Does anybody hate this version?
I'm not fond of it. I mean, I appreciate the Zydeco, the flavor of it, but it just sounds so wonky, because of the fake instruments. And I just question, going back to what Dave said. I mean, obviously, she got lazy, and just stuck that in there. I don't know. That's just the way I feel about it. I'm sure she had one more really dark one that she could have added to this album instead of that.
Okay, the next question is, does anyone else think I should be fired from being host? Because I thought that was a real guitar till like 5 minutes ago.
Well, Joni Mitchell, any musician in the music business, if Joni Mitchell said, would you like to play on my new album? They would do it for free.
Right. Just like
they would pay to do it.
Or would pay to do it.
Yeah.
So there's no reason that I can think of that she couldn't have had anybody she wanted play on this and not even had a financial burden.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's laziness.
Or maybe she's being antisocial. Maybe she just don't want to see anybody.
Well, to put it another way, what she made, in my opinion, and I really, really dislike this album, but in my opinion, this whole album is a series of demos that were never fleshed out. They were just, she probably thought, well, nobody's going to know the difference, and just put it out anyway. And lo and behold, some people don't know the difference. So I think it sounds like a series of demos. The songs just kind of end abruptly, and you can hear how cheesy the patches are. And synthesized sounds now, 15 years on, are pretty incredible. Sampled instruments, but 06, 07, they weren't really. So, but this goes back to a thread going way back to Joni and technology. This goes back to the Jungle line and the synth moog on that, and the ARP string ensemble on Shadows and Light. And I really feel like Joni's at her best when she's playing a piano or the guitar and not trying to get involved with technology, because it just never seems to work. The VG8, another one. Yeah, it's convenient, really convenient to go on tour with one guitar and a foot pedal, and all your tunings are stored. But the sound is grating, especially on repeated listenings. And as time goes on, it sure sounds like 1995. So synthesized sounds have a way of being incredibly dated very quickly. So I just think that she had a kind of a flippant relationship with technology. She was kind of interested in it, the synclavier, and she had Klein with her then, but it just never seems to wear well. And the music that we all think of as classic Joni Mitchell doesn't have her doing technology.
What was the sound that she used on the opening? On the opening track last summer, because that's not a motif song. I mean, the acoustic piano in the motif 8 is actually quite good. I mean, it's for something like that, it's not the best dynamic one. I find the Roland digital pianos sound more realistic, especially with up and down and banging and rock and roll type playing. But that particular patch, as much as I like the melody and the song itself, the sound, it sounds like one of those home ones, like console type thing you might have in your house.
There are a lot of piano samples in those keyboards, so who knows which one she picked. But in my view, all of those keyboards from that era had lots of soundboard. There's a lot of sort of hard hitting soundboard sound, which a good piano doesn't really have that. And it sounds like when you mic the hammers from 2 inches away. It's
Right.
that sound.
Right.
And that's kind of, you have to do that in a live concert when there's a drum set nearby, but you don't have to do that in a sample. The flute.
Where was this recorded?
Well, it's recorded
Oh,
in a home
Cas-
studio in, what is it?
Calabasas.
Calabasas. That's just northern LA. And, so this is a homemade record, a demo series of demos, in my view. Now, it's engineered by Dan Marnian, who did Night Ride Home and the 80s albums, and Bernie Grunman, but it still sounds half-baked. And those flute samples and the dreadful bassoon thing, which comes out throughout this album, it's just honky and just kind of low rent. And even back then, if she'd done a little investigation, she said, I don't want to use flute players, I want to use samples. You could have gotten a better series of samples, but it's convenient to have everything in the box in front of you, make the MIDI arrangement, and then sing a vocal, and then you say, I'm done, I can keep the money. So I may be harsh here, but it just sounds really demo-ish to me. And like, she didn't really bother to go into editing the sounds or understanding more about it. It was just like, oh, this is great. I got flutes, I got bassoons, I got piano, I got everything I need.
Maybe that's why I like the album so much, because I'm just a low rent hoe. Okay, we have Bob, we have Chris, we have Ruben, and then Jim is our lineup.
So yeah, I think what dovetailing on what Dave said, I think is probably why I so much enjoy Brian Blade's playing and Greg Lisa's playing and Bob Shepard's playing, because you're hearing a real instruments contribution.
Right.
Having said that, some of Joni's lyrics on this album are so good. I dwell on the words, and I can deal with the fake bassoons and oboes and whatever other stuff she's throwing in there. It's just not that big of a deal to me. Could it be better? Yeah, it would be better if she had either omitted those or used real players to put those colors in there.
To me, there's something, and this is a half-baked thought, kind of like the song's half-baked. There's something charming about an artist just kind of holding up in their studio with their immediate circle, just doing these songs on her own. I don't know. To me, it kind of lends itself to the whole project.
The person that 5 years earlier recording with the London Philharmonic.
Yeah, on a 1-star album. Okay. No, I was the only one that everyone else loved it. I was the only one that didn't like it. Oh, Bob.
Ouch.
Nope.
Okay, Chris, Ruben, Jim, Laura. Those are the lineup.
I don't disagree with what Dave is saying about these songs feeling like demos.
Right.
But I will say this. The arrangements themselves, man, the bones are there. If those were instruments and that it worked by players that she felt she could trust to get the same expression that she thought she had put down with the keyboard, I think the record would be better. My fear was that she didn't have the wherewithal to go back and try to direct that many players to bring them to where she thought she needed them to be, which frankly she thought she might have delivered. For her, it wasn't, I guess, important for those sound textures to be as organic as they probably should be. I think it would have been a stronger record for it. But I think she put the work in. Did she go all the way is the question. And that, I can't fault her, because again, whether or not I enjoy all of the sound textures on it, this is still head and shoulders so far above anybody else. What they're doing.
Well, Chris, that's extremely generous, but it's not just the sounds. This is very, very, very poor orchestration. This is somebody going, oh, I'll put a bit of this. Yeah, that works. And, it's just thrown together, haphazard, and And this is an artist of the highest caliber. This is why we're talking about her. And I can't understand how her quality control dropped so far at this point in her career. She hadn't made a record in 5 years. Wouldn't you go, let's make this an amazing record. This will be my final record. It better be a zinger. And it's not.
I don't know if I completely agree with you that it is so far off the mark with regard to the quality of the orchestrations.
Okay.
I think she made some very clever choices and very interesting choices. Whether or not they were fulfilled by the keyboard is my problem.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's the beauty of music. None of us are right, none of us are wrong. All right.
I'm right.
I love hearing everyone's opinions. Okay, so this is our lineup right now. We have Ruben, Jim, Laura, David, Jack, then Sue. Boom.
All
Jim,
right.
you're next.
Oh, okay. Yeah, when artists do solo projects like this guy here, and back to Springsteen with Nebraska, and who was the guy that played all the parts himself? Well, Prince did that somewhat, but I'm not a Prince fan. I was thinking of Make Hollow. What's the name?
We're about to fight, Jim. We're about to fight. How
Why?
are you not a Prince fan?
Well,
We're doing a Prince podcast on Wednesday if you want to come, Jim. And Jahida, the Symbol album.
what I'm saying is that
Paul McCartney.
what I'm saying is that it's a solo album, and maybe she didn't want a room full of people, and so yeah, it's Nebraska was a shock, McCartney was a shock, and this one's a shock, but maybe it's because I'm an audiophile or something, but when I put this on the big stereo, I was like, I didn't realize there were so many layers on here, and there are little washes that come and go, and it's I don't know, it works for me. I'm sorry it's not working for everybody.
Yeah, I feel it's
It didn't work when it was new, but it works now. I don't know, it's weird.
I do feel it's a more indie lo-fi album, and it kind of lends itself to that person kind of retreating into their home and making the world smaller to deal with it, which is kind of where I'm at. So I don't know. I find a charm in it a little bit, and I like really lo-fi shit. I come from the early '90s cassette culture where we all record on 4-tracks and poured our heart out on these shitty recordings and Xerox the covers, and that was our album. The punk days. Okay, we have Laura, David, Jack, Sue, Ruben.
Wow, what a discussion this has been. Lots of fire. Fire and ice. No.
Pat Benatar style.
I just can't get away from the fact that she's a grandmother at this stage of her life, and I'm a grandmother too now, and we cook without cookbooks, and almost everything is a demo, so I can relate to Joni on this one. And I love this Big Yellow Taxi. It's interesting, it's like totally off the wall from the other one.
I didn't expect to like it, but I loved it. Like, I was like, oh, this is gonna be a hot mess, and I'm like, this is the kind of hot mess that I love. All right, David, you're next.
Yeah, about this being a demo and stuff like that. I was really looking forward to this particular Phonogenics session because I wanted to hear y'all, the people here who made Dog Eat Dog a fabulous album for me. I really wanted to hear some covers of these things. And Chris, actually, I like you playing the piano on, I like your piano version of One Week better than the album version. So I was looking for y'all to teach me that the music is better than it sounds, as Dave said, I think Dog Eat Dog. Anyway, but I've been just listening to it the past 2 weeks. I actually like the album, but much better than I did when it first came out. I think it's okay. I don't know about we're off Big Yellow Taxi, but sorry.
All right, Jack.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on the whole synthesizer thing. I thought it was interesting that Dave brought it up because I had a big argument with a friend about this album. For whatever reason, the aesthetic of this album, the synthesizers don't bother me. I find them, there's a charm to them. To me, they feel very timeless. They don't feel aged. You know, he was saying, oh, synthesizer, you blah, blah, blah. And he says, there's never been an album made of synthesizers that, you know, stands up to time. And, you know, and I cited like maybe Alan Parsons' I, Robot or, you know, Pink Floyd's Wish You Were Here. To me, the synthesizer sound on this album kind of has that feel to it. I can't put an era to it. I love it. And I understand why it may bother the hell out of some people, but I really love the sound on this. And like Jim said, played on a great stereo. It's really, to me, it opens the album up, and there's a lot of beauty in the sounds. So, but anyway, that's all.
And I feel like in the music industry, once we got to 2007, that's about the time when veteran artists were able to be on indie labels and kind of scale down to some smaller projects and do some more home recording and stuff like that. You know, not everything was as big budget as it was at one time. And even though maybe it could have been, maybe she didn't want to. Maybe she just wanted to be at home.
Yeah, and you know, like for all purposes, she had retired from the music business. And to me, if this album came out because she was playing around at home and kind of liked it, I'm fine with that. You know?
Yeah.
So
she's just writing some stuff from the heart. She didn't want to deal with all the, you know, maybe she did an album with the whole orchestra. She's like, I don't want to deal with that shit. Maybe she just wanted to, you know, fuck around with some synthesizers at home, and I'll take this over it not existing for sure. At least for me. Okay, Sue, welcome to the podcast. We are on Video Taxi. I'm so sorry that my email said tomorrow, and I didn't even think some people might get it today. So
I thought it was Tuesday.
But you are here. Tell us everything.
Well, you know, I mean, I heard what was said. I listened to this album several times over the last week, and I'm telling you that it made me cry in certain parts. It's just so beautiful. I mean, and I'm not saying about the sounds, like, I don't really like that type of sound that goes on all the time with the, I mean, she, for some reason, that's appeared on a couple of her albums, this whole, like, low-grade synthesizer, organ, whatever it is. But I was just enraptured by her message, her, you know, the beauty of especially the first two songs, and how she makes the album like part of the place that she's at, you know, as far as the scenery and everything around her, and you know, it's just incredible. And I, like was said a couple of minutes ago, Greg Leese, oh my God, and Brian Blade make this album as far as I'm concerned. They do an amazing, like the rhythm that goes on in this album is just so intense. And I changed my strings today, and I practiced for about an hour and a half, thinking I was going to practice more tomorrow. And if it's going to be very lumpy, just so you know.
So if you want to pause, we can pause right before we perform. If you want to do a run through and then a performance, I'm fine with that. We only have 4 songs left, so I don't think we're gonna be here till like 4 a.m.
No. Yeah, so that would be fine. Like you do it later and you'd add it or what?
Oh, I'm just saying we can do a little pause and take a break so I can do a run through.
Oh.
Before we do the live one. I'm sure it's gonna be gorgeous.
Well, anyway, so, you know, I missed most of the songs that I wanted to talk about.
If you want to add some thoughts, go ahead. I'm fine with that.
One of my favorite songs on this album is Hannah. And I'm not sure how everybody felt about that song, but the rhythm and just I don't know, the beat of it just gets me moving, and it gets stuck in my head after I listen to it for a while, you know. And the performance she did with Herbie Hancock on that, the live version of his Joni letters, that tour that performance that they did was really great. And I also what was the other song that was killing me today?
Just so you know, Sue, Hannah was about half and half.
Yeah, that's fine.
Half loved it, half didn't. I love it. I think it's a bop. It makes me happy.
Yeah, and I think that's what I just wanted to say about the album itself, is that the rhythm that goes on in this album is really, really, really speaks to me in certain ways. You know, it's just, you know, I feel like it's, you know, I'm not sure what genre it is, going back to the 50s or something. Not rock and roll, but more even like, you know, blues, jazz or something like that. It just sounds so amazing to me. And, you know, okay, the synthesizers, you know, she's always likes to play with those things. And one other thing I wanted to say, and I don't know if this is completely true or not, but I remember from this period that she was sick. I'm not sure what was going on with her. I know that doing an album like this was probably pretty strenuous for her. I don't know, but I just feel like she probably, and she's always, hasn't she always recorded from her house since the 70s? She had a studio in there. I don't know. But anyway, I mean, I don't want to make excuses for it. You know, I'm not a techno person, but I get that the sound on this album might not be up to par, but the writing and just some of the rhythms that go on in this album. And you know, I'm sorry, but the lyrics on some of these songs just kill me. They're just like so beautiful. They take me out of myself. That's one of the things I think is a perfect song, is that it takes me out of myself. So
wasn't Klein a little bit more hands-on with the production and some of the 90s stuff?
Yeah, I think so. They had it in their house, so they had the studio in their house, like for Night Ride Home, stuff like that.
Okay, we have Ruben, then pause.
I just want to say I appreciated Dave's explanation of how and why this album sounds the way it does, because I'm not a musician. I don't know how all of this works, and that makes a lot of sense to me. And as far as Big Yellow Taxi goes, I think it's one of the only tracks that sounds like it intended to sound like she wanted it. It sounded like she intended it to sound, whereas a lot of the other ones feel like they just sort of flopped out the way she was recording this. And I feel like I'm picking up Bob's curmudgeon hat on for this one. I don't love this album. There are parts of it that I do love, but I keep it. I said at the beginning, it just feels like it's almost from a whole different Joni after Kalarin's come back. It's been a while since she did a record, and I just don't like it as well. And I feel like she stepped into this caricature of this aging hippie banging on about the environment. How many times do we need to hear that from anybody? And she does it very eloquently, but there's just not much on this record that grabs me. It really doesn't. I've never been a fan of Big Yellow Taxi, and I think that's kind of a high point on this one, actually. So anyway, don't throw tomatoes, please.
I hadn't been hit yet, Ruben. You're good.
Pause.
Yeah, your frown was just perfect though, Mueller. That the curmudgeon frown there. Yeah, I have to clarify, because I do enjoy this record. There's a lot of things about it that are quirky and that rub me the wrong way. Hannah, the sound of it is one of them. But I mean, what Sue is saying about it, the rhythm of it is infectious, and there's a lot of things to like about this album. I mean, the first 3 tracks I just love very much. I do like Bad Dreams. Big Yellow Taxi, it just, you know, the whole Zydeco thing sounds, you know, I don't know, forced to me, because, you know, I live about an hour and a half east of, you know, where Zydeco is made. So, you know, it's just, yeah, it sounds a little forced. And I really do think it was lazy to put that song on here instead of another original song that might have gone with this group of songs. You know, the rest of the album, you know, once again, you know, even though a lot of it is dark, If is one of my favorite Joni songs of all time. I just really love that song. for some reason, the way that it makes me feel when that song comes on, it's like a gift at the end of the album. I just really always enjoy it, and very often will play it again.
Bruce.
Bruce. But overall, I do think it's some of her strongest work as far as lyrics, and it's just oddly, it's quirky. It's the only thing I can come up with as an adjective. That Greg's and Brian's playing is fabulous, but where was Wayne on this one, and Herbie? So.
All right. Well, do we have any other thoughts on our 2007 Big Yellow Taxi before we move on? Laura.
Well, I mean, I think we have the change in the lyric, right? We didn't even mention. Did we mention that?
No.
I don't realize that. So, you have the $1.50, right? Goes to an arm and a leg. So I think it's weird. It kind of, there's a lot of this song I find weird, and I don't know, but I have to say that just kind of, for me, and I don't know if Dave would agree as well, but it just feels like it, or maybe Robin, it feels like it throws off the phrasing a bit, to sing it along with it. So honestly, that song, I skip it every time. It's just why, like, personally, in my opinion, I loved, and I'm really sad I didn't make Travelogue, because I love Travelogue, like really love Travelogue. But I found that this changing of the original was just absolute dog shit. And yeah, not my favorite.
See, that goes to show about music, because I think Big Yellow Taxi 2007 is better than anything on Travelogue.
Did anybody else, who you guys were saying that Travelogue, you're the one who didn't like it, but everybody else did, or?
Me and Bob are the only ones that did not like it. Everyone else loved it.
Oh, it looks like David doesn't either.
No.
Oh, that's right.
My goodness, I love that album a lot.
It has its moments.
Yeah, the last note, because it's over.
I felt that I had never really heard Slouching Toward Bethlehem to Be Born until I heard it on that album. Like, I was like, oh my God, I've been sleeping on this song. It's so good. But anyway, I digress. So.
All right. We have Laura, was your hand up?
Yeah.
And then David, then Chris.
I just wanted to say, I think this song, it's in a perfect place on this album, because it's kind of tying the, wake up call to the next part of the album. Mm-hmm. And the way that she's doing the song, it's definitely Shine style. And the fact that it's all Joni, all the instrumentation is Joni, I think she's sort of saying in your face, this is what I was singing a long time ago, and nothing's been done about it. And wake up, guys.
Don't say I didn't warn you, right? All right, David and Chris.
Yeah, that's actually just about the only point I was going to make, was that I think the reason she put it in was so she could say, neener, neener, neener. This is my first hit, or one of my very first hits, and I was singing about the death of, environmental destruction even then. So.
And the music is kind of like sticking her tongue out the way the song is. Okay, Chris.
I'm just looking at the order of the songs on the record, and to tell you the truth, this goes from it's an up-tempo thing, but it goes to another up-tempo thing. So it didn't need to be on this record for pacing. Even if this fulfilled all of the objective that Jean had given her in terms of, hey, we need something that is light and a closer for a curtain call song or whatever, she could have created that for the ballet and not included it on the record. I frankly don't find a useful purpose for this particular version. I don't really, I didn't really need it. I kind of, I've always felt like while it's one of her biggest hits and, you know, people love it to death, it's not even in my top 20 songs of, you know, of her output. You know, even in its original version. So for me, I'm with Jahida. I kind of skip it along. I skip along when this comes on.
I feel like this song, this has been a heated discussion. This calls for the good old thumbs up, thumbs down, sideways. Big Yellow Taxi 2007. All right, everyone, I give it the thumbs up. What do we got here? Down, down, side, thumbs down. Look at this. This is so funny. All right. I want to take a screenshot of that and just post that. All right. Any other thought? Well, Bob, how many people covered Big Yellow Taxi?
Well, that's a different discussion. That's Blaze of the Canyon discussion.
Blaze of the Canyon. All right. How many people covered the 2007 version of Big Yellow Taxi?
That's hard to say. Nobody's really done a cover of the song that sounds like this one.
Okay.
There's no Zydeco bands doing it, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
There's an untapped market. Okay. Moving on. We have another song that was inspired by a movie. Night of the Iguana. I feel like some people hate the song here probably, but I love this song. I think it's a bop, just like Hannah was. I love this song. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay, we have David, we have Chris starting things off.
Yes, I keep talking about. There you go. Night of the Iguana, the play by Tennessee Williams, is one of the great works of American theater. And so I have a hard time with this song because of that, because it doesn't do it justice at all. It doesn't do it justice as a character study, even of the lead, the minister, the Reverend Shannon. It's no shades of Scarlet Conquering, you know, it's no Edith and the Kingpin. And it, the major figure of Night of the Iguana is Hannah Jelks, and she's not there. You know, she's not there in the song. So, harumph.
All right, Chris.
What he said. I mean, really, this is an efficient synopsis of a movie, and nothing more. There's no atmosphere to it. I mean, you can talk about the beach and you can talk about palm trees, but it's just not reflected. If she had put herself in that Scarlet head as she wrote this, I think it would have been a very, very different song. And I don't particularly think the writing that Tennessee created lends itself to such an up-tempo piece. I think that there's a sinister sexuality that just is gone. It's not there. I'm sorry. I call this. I think this is probably the least successful song on the record.
You know, I never saw the movie or play, and I just love the song just based on what I know from the song itself. So that's all I gotta say. Mark, Bob, Ruben, Dave.
Well, I do agree with what Chris and David said. I mean, and I'm not real familiar with the play. I maybe saw the movie a long time ago. I know that Tennessee Williams, though, the song doesn't touch any of his writing. But, and it, like David said, it leaves out Hannah, which was Deborah Carr's part in the movie. That's the reason I remember. Who probably is, I want to say something like the Deus Ex Machina or something. She's the, well, you know what, I think David knows what I'm trying to say. But and I guess it's not even really a character study, but I like the fact that she's sympathetic toward the priest and his sexual yearnings for this young woman. I mean, who's being obviously very deliberately provocative to him. And in that respect, I like the song. But as far as being a synopsis, it's not even a synopsis of the play, as far as I'm concerned. It's hardly covers anything. That's all.
The sketch of the opening scene. Sketch of the opening scene.
Yeah.
All right, we have Bob, Ruben, and Dave.
So I enjoyed this movie. I watched it many years ago, and then I got it again and watched it a couple of weeks back. I think this song musically, what I like about the song is it's different from any other Joni Mitchell song, like the chord structure and the rhythm structure. Bad Dreams has a Court and Spark piano to it. If starts with the same guitar riff that Sex Skills has. This song is totally unique, in her canon. So I enjoy that part of it. I love the movie just because I'm a huge Sue Lyon fan. Sue Lyon is the second sexiest Sue on the planet after Sue Tierney. Sue Lyon was the original Lolita, and in this film, she's in a swimsuit. The two of them go out swimming. There's some, and she's coming on to this older, poor Richard Burton. He's trying to say no, and she's like 16 years old, coming on to him hard and heavy. I never have seen the play. I've done Tennessee Williams on stage, not this play. So I enjoyed the film. I think, to Chris's point, the song is just a synopsis of the music. The song's kind of a throwaway on that front, and it's like Hannah. Okay, I'm watching old movies. I'm just going to write some songs about old movies. And she didn't have any singles off this album, but she released an EP, which, interesting enough, the three songs in the EP are Hannah, Night of the Iguana, and If, which are all derived from other sources,
right.
adapted screenplays, if you will, which is interesting for Joni. You think, I'm going to go for my original material. This is not original material. These are three things based on other works. But it's a guilty pleasure for me because I love Sue Lyon. The film is good. Richard Burton's great. John Huston directed it. It got some Academy Award nominations. It won some awards for like costume design and art direction, things like that. So if you haven't seen it, search it out. The DVD's on Netflix. If I'm still on the DVD plan because I'm an old boomer. But I like the song. No covers of the song though, by the way.
You still get DVDs from Netflix?
Of course. Hey,
wow. I didn't know they did that.
Yeah, they do. I'm currently doing a review of Akira Kurosawa's entire catalog. Try to stream that.
Wow. That's awesome.
All right, Ruben, you're next.
I don't have a whole lot to add at this point. Everybody has said what I was going to say, but I do like Night of the Iguana. I wish I could have seen the original stage production. Betty Davis originated Maxine Falk, the widow, which I think would have been cool to see. And just because of my love of the play, I was interested in this. And it turns out it's one of the only tracks on this record that has any pep to it, which I like. It's a weird song. It's got a weird rhythm to it. But as several people have already said, it's really not a great synopsis of the play at all. And I don't know. It's this whole album is sort of a big what could have been to me. I don't know. Rumpf.
All right, Dave and Robin, and then Jahida.
I like Ruben's point about this album could have been, it's a demo of an album that could have been, and I think maybe is what you were trying to say, and I would agree with that. My point actually was just one more harping on the synth thing, which I promise I won't mention again. But if you know Larry Carlton, and if you have Mike Landau in your phone book, and you go, nah, I'm just going to use synth lead guitar. I'm sorry, that doesn't work. You live in Los Angeles. Everyone's a lead guitarist. you know, and she's going, no, I'll just go wee 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 on my keyboard. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. This is
I
the only
agree.
song, this is the only song where she does it on. I mean, she uses poor sounds on other things, but electric lead guitar, it just does not work. It's like a NAMM show demo or a Guitar Center, you know, trying to sell the latest keyboard to a 15-year-old. I'm out. Sorry.
I didn't even know
I've
was
never
there.
heard Dave so harsh before. You're quite entertaining when you're angry.
I was a big defender of the orchestra albums, but because I mean that takes a lot of skill to write for orchestra. But
Jahida loved
but
Travelodge.
this does not take a lot of skill.
All right, Jahida, you're next.
Well, I agree that most people have said what I would have said. I also, surprisingly enough, have never seen the movie nor watched the play. And I am a fan of Tennessee Williams in his plays and his just so, the Glass Menagerie. What? You know? Blanche Dubois is one of the best like characters. Anyway, what I will say though is I had a question because I was looking up the cast of the movie. Why, and for people who've seen it, why, and maybe this is very, you know, kind of not really about the song-ish necessarily, but why is Sue Lyon's character interested in Richard Burton? He looks gross. He's just like this bloated dude that, I mean, he and apparently he's like very he was a former priest. He got defrocked for being naughty with one of his parishioners, and he just looks like he's just been sitting there just drinking his life away in Mexico. And why is Sue Lyon interested in him, Bob?
So he wasn't defrocked. He was just kicked out of his church. So at some point in the film, he actually puts his collar back on because has not been defrocked, and he makes a point of that several times in the film. So Sue Lyon is just a nymphomaniac. She falls for anybody. There's a young blonde-headed guy who's driving the bus that Richard Burton demands goes past the hotel to Ava Gardner's place up in the hills of Mexico, much to the old lady's chagrin that are on the bus. And so she tries to make her play for Richard Burton. He does everything he can to resist. When he's caught with his hand in the cookie jar, gets called up on that. And after he shoves her away, she goes for the bus driver next, the blonde guy who's driving the bus. So she's just, you know, any cockle do.
Wait, so she was totally typecast, huh? Because if she was also Lolita.
Yeah.
Quite typecast, huh?
I think she died very young. I'm not sure of her history, but I think she died very young.
Yeah, the voice. I'm sorry. The chaperone is her voice coach, the chorus director, and she has her eyes on Sue Lyons too, and Sue Lyons is flirting with her as well, or working her.
Grayson Hall from Dark Shadows.
Right. Wasn't Lolita? Lolita was Carol Baker, wasn't she?
Sue Lyon in the original film with James Mason. Redone with Jeremy Irons.
So did she go to a Joni Fest?
Sue Lyons? I wish.
Well,
we're way off script.
Let me stay on brand for the dumbass I am through the whole fucking discussion here. I didn't realize that wasn't a real guitar in this song.
Can I make a plug here? This is out. And I'm just going to run through this real quickly.
Great movie.
Stevie Wonder, Nina Simone, Sly and the Family Stone, Gladys Knight, and the Pips, Mahalia Jackson, B.B. King now, and the Fifth Dimension. And the Fifth Dimension are, you know, convincing, surprisingly.
Awesome.
Anyway, and there's more. Wait, there's more. I'm out.
All right. Night of the Iguana.
More. Wait. Sue Lyon did not die young. She was 73 when she died, and it was only
Okay.
2 years.
For an nymphomaniac, that's young. She could have had another 20 good years and got a few more in there. Come on now.
It's never too late to get a few more in there.
Exactly.
Okay, Night of the Iguana. Let's give the thumb rating. I give it a thumbs up. Down, down, Bob's up. We see some up, sideways, down, 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 up, up. Okay. Well. Okay, moving on. The third in the trilogy of what Chris would call the topical piano songs. Strong and Wrong. Boy, this song really hit me hard when I was listening to it the other day. I just think the lyrics are beautiful. I thought Bad Dreams was a little heavy-handed, but this one really did it for me. Okay, we have Dave and Robin, and then we have Chris starting this one off. Oh, nope. Okay, Chris.
I just wanted to say that this was the third of the what I'm calling the statement songs, and this is the one that I pine for at least a string quartet that would have really made it resonate with me. I think, and I have to call this out, and Dave might really disagree, but I find that this is one of the most sophisticated arrangements on the whole record in terms of the way things time out and the little washes that she does include that come in and out of it. I find it's full of lots of moments of great beauty that could have been absolutely extraordinarily potent. That said, I think it is still a devastating song, and I think it's probably the best on the record. It might be one of the best of one of the best things I think she put out since Two Gray Rooms. I think it might be one of the best songs.
Is this the one where she had the line where she's saying like, "Thou shalt not kill" or "Onward, Christian soldiers"? Which one is it?
Yes.
I thought that was a beautiful line. Okay, Bob.
Yeah, so this is one of the mini songs, and we haven't touched on this theme, but there's many songs in this record that touches on the failure of religion to keep things in control. And I had abandoned religion in 2002. So this album and some of these lyrics, this one especially, were really a validation of me giving all that up. A lot of these things that she says are thoughts that I had all those years ago. It's a condemnation of George W. Bush because she says shock and awe. She talks about that. What is God's will? Honor Christian soldiers, thou shalt not kill. Men love war. Is that what God is for? I'm with Chris. Maybe this is the best song on the record. It's a really, really great song. And the piano was good. It's a wonderful song.
It's a bitch to sing.
I will say it hit me a lot harder this round than it did when it came out. When it came out, to me, it wasn't one of the standouts. But when I listened to it, it really jumped out and just like, boom, punched me in the chest.
Well, and you can put it in terms of what Russia's doing now in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Because you didn't want to hear it then.
Yeah.
You didn't want to hear it. You didn't want to hear it then. Now that we're where we are right now, with Putin with his dick in Ukraine's ass, it's really much more powerful.
Very powerful.
Well, her use of shock and awe pulled me in too back then.
Oh, I wish someone was performing it tonight. That's on my wish list for the future. Sue.
Somebody's got music on. Anyway, I really agree with Bob on the Christian thing. There was so much about this album that felt like a religious album about what I like to call unitive awareness, which is you know, we always used to call her the Lady of Duality. But the kind of religion that I'm into right now is that everything is one, you know? We're all together in this, you know? And she's angry, and I understand why she's angry, but the way to peace is not, you know, I don't know. I mean, it seems like we're just trying to work it out, you know, as far as what is really, you know, the whole, you know, everything about, because of all the disasters that are going on, you know. I feel like there should be more, and maybe there are more people talking about this in music. I don't know. There used to be a lot more, but yeah, I mean, this whole thing. I just have to read this one verse that jumped out at me today. Strong and wrong, you lose everything without the heart. You need to hear a robin sing. Where have all the songbirds gone? Gone. All I hear are crows in flight singing, might is right, might is right. You know, I mean, yeah, it's all through us, you know, this whole, you know, disasters that are going on. It's really depressing. But in a way, you know, the whole reason for the religious or the spiritual part of this is to bring us back to simplicity and you know, I don't know. There's just some lines in this album that really hit me right between the eyes, you know. And I like I said, but I think I said it the last thing is that I love her compilation of what's the name of that beginning
The
of
beginning of survival.
Yeah, because all that stuff, I feel like we're in, you know, all these things are happening. Like right now, where I live, we have like, it's dry as a bone, but we have a lot of heat, and there's always a thunderstorm going by with incredible lightning, you know? I mean, this summer has been like really weird as far as weather goes. And when I was down at Jimmy's, the same thing, down in South Carolina, the horrific thunderstorms that we drove through getting to the beach were amazing. So I don't know. They're like omens in certain ways, and I think that's what she's tapping into here. You know. Also, I don't mean to say it in a you know, against men in general, but you know, I mean, there is like a very patriarchic theme in this song too, which, you know, with everything that's going on, like another aspect of everything that's going on, you know, as far as women's rights and stuff, you know. So I'm sorry to get on a pedestal there, on a soapbox there, but
That was great. Thank you.
So I feel like what's interesting is how you said a lot of artists aren't really talking about what's going on. I feel like our culture's in a place where everything's fine, everything's good. Let's just have fun. And there's a word for it, and it's tickling in my brain. What's the word for that?
Dysfunction.
Denial.
Denial.
Pollyanna.
Yeah, Pollyanna. I was thinking that too.
Complacency.
Yeah.
Wishful thinking.
Toxic positivism.
Planned randomness.
Not
We're on a
even
roll.
writing,
Is
Jeremy.
Okay, somebody should be taking this down.
I beg to differ.
Recording.
I beg to differ. And the reason why is because protest music is around. It's just not the mainstream.
Right.
There is still a lot of protest music in rap and hip hop. But we don't hear those songs on the radio because there's usually a lot of cursing as well, rightfully so.
Sure.
But also, I think it's a dual thing. There's you know, there are those songs, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump in ahead of you guys. It's just I felt like I had to refer to that. But I also think part of it is people are creating music now to escape, because we are so inundated in our everyday life with all of the shitstorm that people are looking to music as a kind of sanctuary, as a form of respite, you know? And so people are creating music to just kind of go into that, you know, I wouldn't say fantasy land, but where everything's cool and everything's all right. Depending on who you are, if you're the kind of person that really wants to hear those types of songs, then you have to seek it out. And like I said, it's usually in more like, rap, hip hop and stuff like that. So, and perhaps to some small extent, even indie artists, but not a lot. So, but that wasn't what I was going to talk about. So I'll still keep my hand up.
So Jahida, first of all, escapism was the word I was looking for. So thanks for bringing that to my brain. And I guess something in the 60s, protest music was in the front and center of culture, which I think is different than now, where maybe protest music always did exist, but it's on the fringes. And I feel like now's the time when I think it should be front and center. Maybe I'm the only one that feels that way, but I feel like this is a shitty time for escapism. Okay. Dave, then Jahida, then Chris, then Mark.
Song where she says history, his story, where she does that. Am I right?
Yes.
His story.
His story. Yeah, that is a very lame linguistic thing for a person of her skill.
Kind of like Big Boo-hoo.
Well, it's kind of like Justice, Just Ice. It's kind of a head, it's kind of a chuckle when you're in traffic, but it's not really worthy of a song. Especially because history comes from French, which has nothing to do with his story. Histoire is irrelevant to his story. So it's just an English reading of a French word that makes a cheap shot. But she's absolutely right in saying that men love war, because you can't point to a time where women were causing war. I mean, maybe we're coming up on it, but so I mean, she makes some valid points, but the context of this song was shortly after Fallujah and the big shock and awe in Iraq, right? That was sort of 2004. She's writing. I mean, we don't know when she wrote this song. It came out in 2007, but she might have written in 2004 when it was on TV, explosions every day. And so I do understand where she got strong and wrong from, because that was a phrase that was going around at that time during the Iraq invasion. So another kind of borrowed, easy rhyming thing that goes into a song. That's the kind of stuff of a lesser songwriter to use a construction like that. I mean, you might use it in a line with a wink, but this is the title. So I think that's weak, and she actually has the makings of a good point about warfare being perpetuated by male kind, but it never really hits home. She's just it gets cheapened by her using his story things like that. So I'm rambling a bit, but I feel like that this is a good song, maybe the only good song on the album. In pianistically, it's quite nice, and Chris is dead right to say that well arranged, this would have been very effective. But I think the lyrics let it down. Only because we've come to expect a much higher level of artistry from her. Like if this was a songwriting student and they wrote this, you go, yay, good job, But this is Joni Mitchell, so we hold her to a higher standard than anyone else, and she doesn't get to do cheap and hackneyed. We don't let her do that.
I have something to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have something to say, not in relation to what Dave just said. We've done several Joni shows recently, and after every show, people come up, they're tearful. I think for me, I crave. I don't want to just be happy and have happy music going on. I mean, we're going through some really horrible times, and I want to feel that, and that's what I get from Joni's music. And consistently, people come up, and it's transportive. Is that a word? Transportive or whatever. I think people want to feel something, and if her music helps you to feel or release, it's kind of a release for her music. I mean, recently we did a lot of our gigs right now are private. A couple of women came up and they said, I'm not a fan of Joni Mitchell, but after your concert, we're gonna go out and we're gonna listen to her, because and a lot of people come up, they haven't really listened, not like us, but haven't really listened to her songs, and and hear the lyrics. But I mean, I think crying is what we need to do. We need to release it's just insanity that's going on right now. It's absolutely unbelievable to me that we have that we even have a split in this country. How can you possibly be that split? It's unbelievable, but it's very satisfying.
Not our first time.
What?
Not our first time having a split in this country.
No. I mean, historically, for us, it's the worst time, but our country has had many difficult periods. But it's gratifying when people come up and feel something, and whether it's pain or I don't know, whatever. So I don't know that what I'm saying is where we're going with this, but as far as and in fun and happy music, that's good too. It's fun to dance, but anyway.
I get it. Yeah, you're talking about catharsis.
Yeah.
You have to feel what you're feeling.
I wish these MAGA people would listen to Joni Mitchell. Maybe they do. I don't know.
They would smirk their way through it. They would smirk their way through it because, it's okay to give away national secrets. Who cares? Okay, I'm stopping there.
Oh, I want to say something snarky so bad. Hold on.
Say
okay, Jahida, you're next.
Eliminate what I said. Cut that out of.
Well, what I was gonna say is that I get all of the criticism about the writing and all that stuff, but I do think at this point in Joni's career, this was her last album, right? So I think she just kind of, like you said, she just sort of wrote some things and it was just like, yeah, I'll put it out, whatever, and it is to some extent, some of it's very hackneyed and, for Joni, you know what I mean? But I really do wish in some ways that, she was allowed to be kind of hackneyed sometimes, because she's not everything that comes out of her is going to be perfect, and I think for Joni this is not great, right? But for someone else, I think that they would, this would be sort of profound for someone else, of a lesser quality, so to speak. The history line, his story, it always makes me laugh. And I think it's because it makes me think of John Leguizamo. And so there was that part during, oh God, I can't remember which one it was, when he was doing all his stand-up things for a while there. It was like Spicorama and Freak and all that stuff. And then he's like, why do all of our female problems start with men? She goes, and why is it called herpes? It should be called himpies. So like it always, when somebody says his story, it kind of makes me think of that and I just giggle, but I think, in general, I do sort of think it's kind of profound in its simplicity. And, it is something where it's like, it's accessible too. And that's the thing that is tough about Joni, you know, and yet at the same time, the people who really get it, you know, appreciate that, where she can say something and it can take you sometimes multiple listens to get it and to really understand what she's saying, and you have to live it to really understand what she's saying. And that's the beauty, and that's the thing that is so wonderful about her. Whereas I think a lot of this album is very accessible to even just a casual listener to her, because her lyrics are in some ways kind of dumbed down. Does that make any sense? Am I, you know, do you understand what I'm saying? Okay. And also I just wanted to make a quick little note. I mean, obviously she already knew we all do need to hear a Robin sing.
Aw. I love that. All right, we have Chris, Mark, pause, then Jack.
I just wanted to go back to what Sue was saying, and I agree. I share your affection for the beginning of Survival. When I look at the last three songs on this record, it reminds me that she really did, I think, come to understand that she had some very profound things she was saying here. And I think, again, I bring up the order of things that she put on the record, so that she wasn't going to leave us with Strong and Wrong or with Shine, because let me tell you, the way Shine ends, it sounds like the end of a career. It really does. It sounds like a really final epitaph. But she gave us If, so that we have some sunshine to look toward. Okay, and I appreciate that, and we'll talk about that again when we get to those songs. But again, this song being the third, I would love to hear the beginning of Survival kind of reordered to include some of the songs from this record, the message songs, the ones that really have the teeth, because especially now she's got, God bless Brandi Carlile, because if it's true, like what Rolling Stone is saying, that she's become the darling of millennials and Gen, you know, whatever generation it is that they were saying is really feeding into her, then reach them now with something like a compilation that would make it really potent and give them reason to carry forward. I'd love to see that happen. I really would, and I think that it's there to be had. You know, she might choose to, and rather than repackage again, she might choose to continue to make new music. I mean, we'd love to see her work. We'd love to see her create. We'd love to see her concept. So, rock on, Joni.
All right, we have Mark, pause, then Jack, and Jim, was your hand up also? Okay, so we have Mark, pause, Jack, then Jim.
The thing that struck me about the his story thing was that that's such a feminist thing. And she's always said vehemently that she's not a feminist, you know, and I think you hear that a lot in different feminist speech. His story. Why isn't it her story as well? But when I first saw some of the lyrics for this record, I thought they were weak, to be quite honest. I didn't see the craftsmanship and skill that she put into some of her other lyrics. But I also think that she probably had reached a point where she didn't really care. She wanted to get this message out. She wanted it to be direct, like others have said here. She wanted it in language that anybody could understand. And so she just kind of wasn't quite as anal as she used to be about her how her lines scan and if it's a cliche or whatever. Another thing about this song, harks back to me to Camelot and the Arthurian legends, particularly where she says, "Might is right, might is right." That's to me, that's straight out of Camelot. But anyway, I'm done.
All right, pause.
Yeah, I don't know. I have to disagree about the lyrics. Being, I don't know. I feel like people think that they're shallow or they're trite or they're not what what Joni lyrics should be. And I'm not really sure I know what that means because I don't know what it really is to be Joni Mitchell. I don't know what's going through her head at the time. And I think that often, especially in this song, which I think a lot of the lyrics and of the song in general, but I think that, she's perhaps utilizing that to reach people that are a little thicker than most of the people in this room. Some of the MAGA people that wouldn't get Joni Mitchell from the get-go, whether it was Big Yellow Taxi or the simplest song that she may have that could be read by somebody. I just feel like, I remember, and I made a joke about it just now about Man from Mars, because I love that lyric, and I think it would have been more trite to say a tear or two or to make it something else. For me, it really sounded like something that she would say, and I really, it didn't offend me like it did a lot of people that were talking about it on the list way back when. But yeah, I think it's from what I've learned about enjoying her music, and I just was in Paris on the street where I first heard her songs, and I heard Michael from Mountains and Marcy were the first two songs I heard. And it was in the Rue des Sommerards, and the hotel was called the Hotel Wetter. It's now like some sort of American brand hotel. I don't even remember what it is, but the room that I stayed in was right there, and I remember the girl that was sitting at the bottom of the balcony and listening to those lyrics and listening to that voice and those melodies and stuff, which is what drew me in the first place. And since those days, how the lyrics have changed over the years. Those lyrics sounded to me and meant something to me different at that time. Today, it's totally different. And to go back to what Robin was saying, and Robin, I feel so much, what you were talking about there, it just means so much to me what you said, because, man, we are in a mess, and I do feel bad every day, and I kind of revel in the fact that I am sad, and it makes me want to get happy. It makes me want to do something. It makes me want to live. It makes me want to find some way to make things go on and make a way for my grandson to have some memories to share with his friends at 67 years old. So I get it, and I just feel like the lyrics are done for a reason in her head. They're done for a good reason at the time, and maybe we just don't get it right now. That's it.
All right, Jack.
Well, first thing, you mentioned Robin saying, for the people who joined this session late, absolutely be sure and go back and watch the beginning, because Chris and Robin do a version that will knock your socks off. And we'll probably talk about it on If, but one of the lines in If is, if you can work with worn out tools. And to me, that was kind of Joni saying, maybe this is the best I've got at the moment. So anyway, that's all I had to say.
We saw that a couple of weeks ago in Newport, and it was awesome. Yeah. It made my heart sing, as rough as it was in places.
All right, Jim.
Okay. Yeah, it was rough in places, but man, it was moving. Anyway, um, she's delivered some sort of trite lines through the years, but I'm going to quote one here that has a long history in the Jimdal. Some say it's in service. They say humble makes pure. You're hoping it's near folly because you're headed that way for sure. So humble makes pure. You know, she saw the signs and she put it into a song, and then she followed it up with self-deprecating humor. So you're kind of like, oh, she's talking about service station, and then there's this punchline, and it really, really worked. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, and maybe the blush is off the rose a little bit. But I've never been an apologist for Joni as I am tonight, but I think that when she got off that major label, she just wanted to kick back a little bit and do an all solo album. And so this is what we have now.
All right, Chris.
This is the last thing I'm going to say on about this particular song, but I think that after what we've lived through now for the past 6-7 years, even what grew out of Desert Storm, and where it's taken us and how we got here, I think it's become easier for people to understand the common language. I think that Jahida was referring to earlier about her choosing to call the patriarchy out the way she does in this. It's really simple. It's not prosaic. It's really I think it's well chosen, but perhaps more obvious than we're used to from Joni Mitchell. Why? Because she wanted to make sure the message is getting across. It didn't even in 2007, but now global warming is here and we can't deny it. It's affecting everything that we can lay our eyes on and our hands on, from the quality of the grain that reaches us to just look at your lawns and what's happening in your own environments, the lack of the birds, the lack of the butterflies that are migrating, all these things that we're starting to really, really see on a daily basis. It's beyond the point of, yeah, she said it back in 2007. I don't even think that Joni Mitchell would say, yeah, see, I told you back then. Now, I think it's more important just to get the words out. So again, I'm going to reiterate what I just said. The last comment was between the kind of leaders that we've been forced to deal with, to contend with, and the what we've wrought upon this planet. It should be really, really easy for people to understand this. Let's represent this to them somehow.
All right. Well, Bob, did anyone cover Strong and Wrong?
Yeah, one cover of Jenna McLean, 2019. It's a really, really nice track.
All right. We have 2 songs left to cover the discography of Joni Mitchell. We started with I Had a King. We've discussed every single song up to these last 2. All right.
Are we going to discuss, do you plan to discuss Shadows and Light?
Yes. So next month I was going to do compilations, not including the archives. So I was going to do the 2 live albums, the hits and misses. We'll just touch on each one, not an hour each, but give them a little time. So if everyone's up for that, I would love to do that next month. All right. James Taylor and Joni have reunited on album for the first time since Wild Things Run Fast. Or was he on Dog Eat Dog? Yeah, he sang on the song Dog Eat Dog, right? Maybe I'm imagining things. All right. We'll see what a liner note nerd I am if anyone wants to go to Wikipedia. However, James Taylor comes here and plays guitar for the first time on a Joni album since Blue, right? I think he sang on some stuff after that, but
he was on Man to Man to Man.
He was on Man to Man singing, right? Though not playing guitar.
He was on Dog Eat Dog with Don Henley too, I think.
Okay. The song is Shine. It's the title track for the album. You heard Brandy Carlisle sing over Joni Mitchell at a show recently. They did this song. And what does everyone have to say about this song? Jahida.
Well, I was gonna sing it.
Oh, yes. Oh, I love it. I'm so excited. Here, let me pause this. All right, we have 2 songs left in the Joni Mitchell discography to discuss, and we have performances of them both. So right here, we have a collaboration with Jahida Esperanza with Chris Caccaro. Did I say that right? Caccaro. And then Dave Blackburn on guitar. And this is a rendition of the song Shine. Thank you so much.
Let your little light shine. Shine on Vegas and Wall Street. Place your bets. Shine on all the fishermen with nothing in their nets. Shine on rising oceans and evaporating seas. Shine on our Frankenstein technologies. Shine on science with its tunnel vision. Shine on fertile farmlands buried under subdivisions. Oh, let your little light shine. Let your little light shine. Shine on the dazzling darkness that restores us in deep sleep. Shine on what we throw away and what we keep. Shine on Reverend Pearson, who threw away the vain old God and kept Dickens and Rembrandt and Beethoven and fresh plowed sod. Shine on good earth, good air, good water, safe place for kids to play. Shine on bombs exploding half a mile away. Oh, let your little light shine. Let your little light shine, shine, shine. Shine on worldwide traffic honking day and night. Shine on another asshole passing on the right. Shine on all the red light runners busy talking on their cell phones. Shine on the Catholic Church and the prisons that it owns. Shine on all the churches, they all love less and less. Shine on a hopeful girl in a dreamy dress. Oh, let your little light shine. Shine, shine, shine. Let your little light shine. Shine on good humor. Shine on goodwill. Shine on lousy leadership, license to kill. Shine on dying soldiers in patriotic pain. Shine on mass destruction in some God's name. Shine on the pioneers, those seekers of mental health, craving simplicity. They traveled inward, past themselves, let their little lights shine. May all their little lights shine.
That was awesome.
Did I do it right?
Awesome.
Okay. Oh, Chris. Oh.
Oh God! Did you do it right? Oh God!
Yeah, I got some tears in my eyes too.
Oh, that was
It
fabulous.
took me back to being in Dorset.
Yes. I loved it. I love Dorset so much. I want to go back.
If Brian Thomas was here, he would say big ups.
Big ups.
Oh God!
That's a really hard song to sing, by the way.
So, Jeremy, what we did at the in 2018, was it, when Lucy's Dorset Fest is, we used this song to have everybody at the fest sing a line or so.
Oh.
And so
Jahida
was the MD choir director.
Oh.
So Chris and I were playing the instrument track, and then everybody had their line to sing, and they would move in front of the camera and sing their line. And it was like this production line, and Les was filming the whole thing. There's a YouTube of it.
It was a great traffic cop. I mean, to teach that song to so many people remotely before they even got there. I think we had one rehearsal.
Jahida, she's the perfect person to do that, because she deals with
class
every day.
Well, it was really funny. I didn't know until that day that I was going to be doing that, and they're like, "Well, you should. You're a choir director," and I was like, "Of children." I'm like, oh my God. And I'm not doing Joni Mitchell songs, I mean, although I did do one, but still, I mean, holy moly, that was nerve-wracking.
Wow.
But I was like, all right, I'm going to do this. And fueled with lots of alcohol, I was like, I can do this.
And it got done beautifully.
And you did.
Yes.
Really a good.
It was very poignant. It really was.
You gave it the "We Are the World" treatment with everyone getting one line, right?
Yeah, but the best part too was we literally did have 2 Lesses. We had Les Ross and we had Les. And so everybody during the part, they all love Les and Les. We pointed at both of them.
Oh, that's so cute.
It was really cute. Yeah, it was great.
This is a big song here. This is a big.
Oh yes.
You know, someone was
Thank
saying
you,
earlier
Johanna.
how I'm still getting some
Thank
tears in
you
my eyes.
for creating such a really amazing, like the both you and Dave, like that backing track really made it not as daunting to tackle, you know. It is daunting, but you guys were it's so beautiful, you know, and it really just helps to do it justice.
Well, I think this is the song that James Taylor called one of the prettiest melodies she ever wrote. I think he referenced it. I think he didn't identify which song it was, but certainly it's the one he was playing on. So I'm guessing it was this one.
Well, Chris, you said earlier how you felt like this song was the end of someone's career, and it was interesting hearing Jahida sing it. How many songs from Joni's catalog it threw back to? You know, I thought of the fiddle and the drum talking about the war. I thought of Song for Sharon, the girl in the pretty dress. I thought of Sex Kills with the traffic. And it really was, you know, every line kind of goes back to something she talked about in the many, many beautiful albums we talked about. So I'm
shine on. And
shine the fuck on. God. Ooh. I'm verklempt.
Well, it's so funny because today I was, you know, sitting in my car driving to work, and, you know, there was that shine on another asshole passing on the right. And I thought to myself, oh my God, I have been that asshole sometimes. And I was just like, from now on, I'm like, I'm going to be careful. I hope I'm not that asshole anymore.
Don't be a line and shine. We need to make t-shirts. I don't want to be a line and shine.
It was amazing when John Batiste played this at the music person of the year awards, and it was so emotional for me. It was amazing.
Yeah, that whole
Hear him play
performance
that.
was amazing.
Yeah,
I would love to hear that. I can't wait for. I'm sure they're going to release it, even if as a fundraiser for Music Cares. But I can't wait to hear that because I'll bet it was spectacular.
it was amazing.
All right. Well, Bob, you have your hand up to get things started here.
All right. Well, if someone passes you on the right, you're the asshole for not getting over and let them pass you on the left.
True.
Just be clear about that.
Yes.
So this song would probably all of us will agree. The first time we heard it and we heard Reverend Pearson, we all logged on to Google and typed it in and went to Wikipedia. Okay, what is Reverend Pearson? Who is this guy? He was a minister who transitioned to what he called universal reconciliation, which meant that there's no hell. Nobody's going to hell. We all will ascend into heaven in our own time and in our own way. And I don't believe any of that either, but I'm not sure why she talks about all of his stuff about Beethoven and Picasso and fresh, fresh sod or whatever. This song to me is too long. It reminded me of an Andy Rooney bit. Remember Andy Rooney from 60 Minutes? Mm-hmm. He come on, he's like, well, I've got some things to talk about now, and I'm going to talk about all these people on cell phones and people passing on the left, and yeah. This is probably my least favorite song on the album. It drones on and on. I'm not a fan of this song. For me, it's not my favorite song on the record. Having said that, and I won't say anything else about the song, it's the biggest covered song of Shine. It's been done 3 times. First time by Ian Shaw from England, who's done 20 Joni covers. So the guy, knows Joni's work. But anyway, I'm out.
Okay. Jahida.
Who are the other two? Other than, John Batiste, right?
That doesn't count. He hasn't released it yet.
Yeah, I'm not counting that one. I have to look and see. I just always show the first one.
Oh, sorry. I was like, well, there's only 3. We might as well hear who they are.
Well, Bob, if you get that info, just jump in and share it. All right, Sue.
All right.
Nope, still muted.
I really wish Ray, like putting my hand down, would also unmute me. That's
Aw.
what I think he's doing. That's why it always happens. But anyway, so this is kind of what I was trying to talk about before with unit of awareness, like this whole idea that, it's kind of a yin yang thing where it's, we need to shine on everything. Like it's like black and white, good and evil, all this stuff needs to get out in the truth, And I think that this song is one of these songs that in Joni's catalog that is really, really important. It's an important song. It's a I mean, it's not written in the same type of style as her early songs like Marcy or some of the other songs like Song for Sharon. That's a long song too. But it's one of these kind of beautiful songs that is not only like, it's like a hymn in a way. It is a hymn, and it's just really, really it's just balanced. It's like I talk about this a lot. This whole idea that her songs are very balanced, and I think when you hear a song like this, it's like a hymn where it takes you out of yourself, and that's what happens to me when I listen to this song. I was listening to it in the car the other day. I definitely thought of Dorset, and I can't remember what my line was, but it was just so much fun. I mean, we all got together and sang this beautiful song, and it was just the culmination. And I think it was the last thing we did before we signed off, right? And it was just a beautiful end to a gorgeous weekend, and it was perfect. It just perfectly happened, and it was really, really. There was so much happiness and joy in it, and I think that when we can see both sides, see that? It comes back again. Both sides now, right? It's like you're looking at both sides
See what
of
you did there.
the issue, And yeah, it's incredible. I mean, I just find it to be like, I don't think it's her last song ever. I don't know. I hope that she does do more music, but I think that this song, it really is, I guess if that's supposed to be a topper for a career, I mean, I think this song is excellent, beautiful, and I hope that people sing it for ages.
All right, Bob, was your hand still up from before, or do you have something else?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to, because people asked about all the covers.
Yeah.
Ian Shaw was the first to cover it in 2017. His record Shine, Sister Shine. Marion Trudell and Kieran Young covered it on their Joni Mitchell tribute. Portraits, Songs of Joni Mitchell, 2018. And then Leah Jane covered it also. So those are the three. I'm sure that's of no interest to anybody.
I was interested. We have Dave, we have Laura, then pause.
So I think this is a very pretty song. The chord progression is great, and I actually do like the synth on this. It's like a guitar or a bass harmonic that's been made into a polyphonic thing, and it works very nicely. And there's a timed echo on it so that it's kind of sets up the beat. So I do like that aspect of it, and I feel for Brian Blade, who had to play at this tempo, because this is a almost glacial tempo. It's just
we're faster than the original.
So hard to play the drums at this tempo and be in the pocket. So anyway, lyrically though, it's kind of a laundry list, and there are dozens of songs with shine on, it's a very hackneyed lyrical thing, but she sort of makes it work because it's Joni Mitchell. But if you were to just read these lyrics, it reads kind of like like a shopping list, and the shine construction, like I say, is far from original. So I think, yes, you can argue that it's simple and direct, therefore it's going to work with more people. And you could also argue that it's lazy. This is a person who can hit you between the eyes with brilliant concision and originality, and she doesn't here. However, we all kind of, just hearing Jahida sing it, there's a lump in the throat, right? You feel it, so it definitely works. So as a piece of songwriting, it doesn't sort of hold up, except that there's an emotionality to it that definitely carries it. So that's how I hear it anyway.
Yeah, I agree with 100% of everything you just said, Dave.
Thank you.
All right, lower than pause.
I just think this song is very brilliant. And Jahida, oh my God, that was incredible. And once again, this whole album is for her grandchildren. And, she's taken that little Bible summer school camp song, This Little Light of Mine, I'm going to Let It Shine. She probably was singing that with them and, came up with this. And, even though I do believe the whole album is directed toward her children, her grandchildren, I think also that she has enough foresight to see that this album will become more important to them as time goes on. And, all the issues in this song, some of them are for a particular time and place, but a lot of it, is repetitive in history, troubles that we have. And so, the song itself, I think, is really a prayer for, her grandchildren, but also for everybody. So it's a very moving song for me.
All right, pause and then Jahida.
Yeah, Laura, I hear it that way as well. And I don't know that it's brilliant or anything, but certainly it's apropos on this album, and the way that the whole mindset seems to be going, and with Marlon and Daisy and that whole thing. Hats off to you guys, Chris and Dave and Jahida. God, it was amazing. I'd like to hear about the process of how y'all did that, and what synth you used, and yeah, I'd like to hear what y'all did, because it was really, really amazing. And was it all done virtually? You did it with wave files back and forth?
I did a bit of of keyboard that I gave to Dave, and Dave put his acoustic guitar on top of it, and that was basically it. I mean, he might have done some sonic magic along the way, but
We
there
just
wasn't
made
a
it as a
lot.
practice track for the Dorset
Yeah.
people to learn practice their part too.
Mhm. What was the keyboard, Chris?
The keyboard is just my Kawai MP7, but I've got the harpy kind of sound is a mixture of harp and an electric guitar, a jazz guitar.
Hmm.
And then there's some synth beds. I don't know which ones they are. I could go back into the preset and look at them. But there's there isn't a lot of fumbling with it. Except for that main sound, that harpy sound. That's the one I concentrated on.
Yeah,
We like
I was
harpy.
just thinking that I miss my old my synthesizers. I sold all of them but two. Still got the Motif 8 EX, and I've got a Ensoniq TS10. But I did a ton of programming for the Roland D50. A lot of original patches that I wrote for that one, and then the Korg M1 and the T3, which is all in the same series. I wrote a lot of stuff for that back in the day when I was working at the music store. So those were fun times. I love synthesizers and samplers and stuff. They were fun. Thanks, guys.
All right, we have Jahida, then Jim.
Well, I wanted to piggyback a little bit off of what Laura said. First of all, it also made me think of another camp song that's also got a religious tone to it. And this is what my mother used to sing to me every morning. And she would sing, "Rise and shine and give God your glory, glory." So, so it made me think of that too, and the how shining is really this kind of, it's about, getting that your best self, right? Your best self forward. And I didn't even really think about the idea of like that, the repetition being kind of a prayer until you said it. And I'm like, oh my goodness, yes, it makes perfect sense now, In retrospect, I'm like, oh, it does. And it is a prayer, and it is, which is really funny considering the song right before it, Strong and Wrong being so almost sounding kind of very critical of the church and men and everything. But at the same time, then this next song is in essence a kind of prayer, and she does have some positive things to say about that, the power of it, in that way. I thought that was really fantastic, and thank you guys for being so kind about my rendition, because I was definitely like really freaked out about it. It's such a long song, but yeah, I really appreciate you guys, honestly. Thank you.
Well, wherever you had to be when you delivered it, you were in the right place.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
All right, Jim, and then Jack.
Okay. Yeah, the first couple times I listened to this back in the day, it seemed like a trite little, laundry list song. But today, I'm that much older, and Joni, the grandmother, is talking to me right now, and I think there's more to this than I thought originally, because I mean, like at first it's like, oh, let your little light shine, let your little light shine, and my thought was, oh, it's all about sweetness and light. This is a saccharine song probably, and then she takes that sharp turn and she says, oh, by the way, shine on Wall Street in Vegas too, and the fishermen who have nothing in their nets. And then it's like, oh, surprising. What is this? And what it is, I think, is grandma saying, there's a whole lot out there, boys and girls. There's a whole lot out there. And some of it is really wonderful, and then sometimes there's a bomb exploding a half mile away. And you have to be ready for all of it. Mm-hmm. So I got a lot out of it today.
All right, Jack.
Yeah, I really like this song. I would say if I have any criticism of it, to me, it's very focused on the negative. And, like the whole first verse is nothing but negative, Vegas and the fishermen without any nets and blah. And I'm so used to her duality that and it gets there eventually, shine on a hopeful girl in a dreamy dress and fertile. But to me, I think it could have been a little bit more balanced. Shine on the bad stuff to make sure people are aware of them, but don't forget to also shine on the positive things in this life. But
sometimes bad dreams are good.
There you go.
That's right. Okay. Do we have any other thoughts on Shine before we move on to the last song of Joni Mitchell's discography? What a long journey it has been, but
we
fun.
need a little bit more good right now to go with all this bad.
I agree with Jack about it being a little bit on the negative side, which is sort of what I said before. Imagine if she had ended the album with that song.
Right.
If that was considered the opus of the record, rather than what she gives us to follow it up. Thank God, I think she made the right decision. She usually does when it comes to the order of songs.
All right. Well, we have one song left, and Sue is going to give us a performance. Sue, do you want to do a little check?
Yes.
Stole on one chat.
All right, friends. Well, we have reached the end of Joni Mitchell's discography. And the first performer on Phonogenics was Sue Tierney. You did the very first song, didn't you?
Yeah, I did that song about the Midway.
Yep. So the first live performance we had on this podcast was Sue. So it's only fitting that you're closing it out with the last song, If. So thank you for all the support and just being in all the podcasts. I loved meeting you and hearing all your music and everybody that's performed. So thank you for coming here tonight to do this song.
Yeah, I love you, Jeremy.
Oh, I love you
This has
too.
been awesome.
All right, it's all you, friend.
All right, here we go. If you could keep your head, well, all about you. People are losing theirs and blaming you. If you can trust yourself when everybody doubts you, and make allowances for doubting too. If you can wait and not get tired of waiting, and when lied about, don't deal in lies, and when hated, don't give in to hating back. Don't need to look so good, don't need to talk so wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make intellect your game, if you can lead with triumph and disaster, and treat those two imposters just the same. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve you after all of them are gone, and so hold on when there's nothing in you but the will telling you to hold on. Hold on. If you can better hear the truth you've spoken, twisted and misconstrued by some smug fool, or watch your life work torn apart and broken down, and stoop to build again with worn out tools. If you can draw a crowd and keep your virtue, or walk with kings and keep the common touch, if neither enemies or loving friends can hurt you, if everybody counts but not too much, if you can feel the journey of a minute with 60 seconds worth of wonder and delight, then the earth is yours
you'll be alright. Cause you got the right, you got the inside. You got the fight, you got the inside. You got the fight, you got the inside. You got the fight, you got the inside. Wow, thank you.
That was awesome, Sue. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, if that's rough. I mean, come on. That was great. And Marlena sounds wonderful, too.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, to tell you the truth, I've never played that song before. And now that I've played it, I want to get better and better at it, you know, because there's so much going on there. I mean, her guitar is a little underneath a lot of other stuff, but there's a lot going on. So, and their harmonics can be better. And, you know, I mean, I could just, while I'm playing it, I'm thinking about different things that I could do to make it better. So
I've been trying since the album came out, and I just can't do it. It's just too hard to sing and play at the same time.
yeah, I'm remembering the lyrics. Yeah, I had to.
It's a lot of lyrics.
Hats off, baby. Hats off.
Now, who wrote this original poem?
Rudyard Kipling.
Okay. All right, we have Bob and then Jahida.
So this is the only song she wrote for this record on guitar. Everything else was keyboard composed. As we said, it was a Rudyard Kipling poem. She took the end of it, which was a soldier's song about winning the war, becoming a man. She changed all that. It's a great, great song to end this record on because she hits some dark stuff, as we've discussed over the past 4 hours. And this song is a great inspirational tune to end the record on. It's like you got to fight, you got the insight. You know, yeah, there's some awful bad stuff going on in 2007, in 2022, probably in 2032. But you know, we have to keep having the insight and the fight.
So Bob, this place was written on piano?
No,
Do what? This was written on guitar.
But so was this place though, right?
Yes, no, this place was on piano.
Okay. All right, Jahida.
So I have the poem open, and so one of the things that I realized too is she definitely takes some liberties with the words. Majority of it, I will say, majority of it is pretty dead on. But she certainly, like, for example, just to give you an example of some examples of what she changes. You know, if you can, so Rudyard Kipling's poem says, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating. So, and then all those things and everything. So she kind of switches it a little bit. And then later she goes, instead of, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted and misconstrued by some smug fool. He writes, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken, and stoop and build them up with worn out tools. And then if you can, what is that? If you can make a heap of all your winnings, and risk it in one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at your beginnings, never breathe a word about your loss. And then she goes into, if you can force your heart and nerve and sinew. And then again, where she says, if you can draw a crowd and keep your virtue, or walk with kings and keep the common touch, if neither enemies nor loving friends can hurt you, if everybody counts with you, but none too much. And he writes, if you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, so talk with crowds instead of draw a crowd, and keep your virtue, or walk with kings, nor lose the common touch. If neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much. And then again, as Sue said, or Bob said, it's at the end, it says, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run instead of wonder and delight, then it says, yours is the earth and everything that's in it. And which is more, you'll be a man, my son. So I think also for me, it seems like, she changed up some of the words, because this is for sure, like, Laura was saying, this is her grandchildren's legacy album, and I mean, obviously Rudyard Kipling wrote a song that is very, it's like in some way you could say, oh, it's a bunch of idioms, really, right? All together. But at the same time, it's just like little blueprints for life, and just say, hey, these are, if you can do these things, then you're going to be good. You're going to be okay. And that's like what she says at the end, but more than that, I know you'll be all right. You'll be all right. And, cause you got the fight, you got the insight. So that to me is like, she's got Marlon, but she's also got Daisy. So she's not going to say, you've got the fight, man. It's right. It's about those life lessons for everybody, and for her grandchildren, especially.
All right, Chris.
I love the way she made it gender neutral at the end. I think that she did get permission from the Kipling estate to make all of these changes. She felt that the language, I remember I read, she felt that the language was pretty archaic, and as shown by many of the the passages you compared, she I think she did a great job at updating the poem. I used to roll my eyes a little bit, because every time I would read or reference an article that said that how she wasn't shy about saying that she thought she improved it. She did. I mean, at least she did for what needs to speak to the world we live in right now. Yeah. I mean, she certainly contemporized it, and made it relevant for this generation and the next ones, as you mentioned.
Well, I will say, sorry, don't mean to jump in again, guys, but just saying, Joni has never, ever, well, at least not until, 2015, but Joni was never a humble person before. That's for sure.
Bite your tongue.
All right, Dave and Robin.
Yeah, it reminded me of the Polonius speech in Hamlet, neither a borrower nor a lender be, and giving advice to his son who's going away to college. And there's a long literary tradition of giving your children, or in this case grandchildren, life lessons, and summarizing things in easy to remember couplets. So yeah, it just made me think of that. I think the song is it only works as advice to the grandkids. I think as a song, it's very repetitive. It's very there's no beginning, middle, or end to it. It's basically a list. But in the context of what this album is, which is a dedication to those two grandkids, I think it does the job of that. And it is nice to hear a guitar finally, hear her playing a guitar. We have to wait till the end of the album to hear Joni Mitchell playing her guitar.
I think it's inspiring, and I think it's a really good song for you, Sue. So, pursuing it, and, whatever you do, you feel like you improve it. It's a really good song for you.
And it saves wear and tear on your other fingers. Right? You could do the whole thing with one finger.
It's barred.
Yeah, I'm going to woodshed it for sure.
All right, David.
Yeah. I have really mixed feelings about this song, but I'm liking it now, and I don't think of it. I've never thought of it so much as advice to her grandchildren as almost like self-congratulations. She said, "I did this. This is what I have done." And I don't know why I read it that way, but I do. Because it just seems to me like what she has done. Walk with kings and not left with part with common touch and all that kind of stuff. And the other feeling I have about it is like, oh, is that all? And then it's like, you'll be fine, and it's like she's actually given a list of impossible tightropes to walk, and then says, oh, that's all you have to do, just do exactly the right thing in every circumstance, and you'll be fine.
All right, we have pause, then Mark.
You can draw a crowd and keep your virtue, or walk with kings and keep your common touch. I just love this song from the very beginning when I first got the record and brought it home. This song just really spoke to me, and it I don't know, made me look inside myself, I think. But I really fought to try to learn this song and perform it, but I've just not been able to do it. I haven't grown up yet. I'm not ready to do it yet, but I guess maybe one day I will. At this point, I think, I just want to say to Brandi Carlile, thank you for drawing her out, because I think a lot of us thought, because of the way this album was written and the time that's gone by, and her having the double aneurysm on my birthday 7 years ago. For me, I was not, I was not expecting that we may ever see any more poetry or lyric from her ever again. But I'm really hopeful that that something's going to come of this relationship with Brandi Carlile. I really kind of see. I kind of see her doing some duets with younger musicians, or having younger musicians cover her songs, and her curating that whole thing. And I'm hoping that that's part of what she does. I hope she continues to get better, and that this new voice, hearing her sing both sides now, it was just, I was such an emotional mess here in my chair. I think it was Les and Jahida texted me and said, hey, Joni's on stage at Newport Folk Festival right now, and I just freaked out, because I have a very dear friend that's worked with me over the years, and he's a stage manager, and he stage manages that stage. So I reached out to him, and of course he answered right away, and the whole, all of a sudden my phone blew up. People that I work with, Danny Melnick, who I did Monterey Jazz Festival, everybody started texting me, and so it was just like this emotional roller coaster that I went on, and it was such joy of knowing that she was on stage. But then when the videos and everything started coming out, it just made me think, if she can just pull this shit out, maybe we'll get another record. And so I'm really hopeful for that. And I don't think this is the last Joni Mitchell. I think we're going to be meeting again, Mr. Gloff. I don't think you're going to get rid of us that easy, sir.
Well, good. We have Mark and then Jahida.
If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve you after all of them are gone, and so hold on when there is nothing in you, nothing but the will that's telling you to hold on, hold on. In the last few years, I have really needed to hear that. And so I think it works, yeah, really well as something to leave to her grandchildren, but I think it speaks to all of us. At least it does to me. It speaks to me. And then that final verse, if you can fill the journey of a minute with 60 seconds worth of wonder and delight, and the earth is yours and everything that's in it. And more than that, I know you'll be all right. I needed to hear that. And I guess I don't have anything more to say.
Yeah, I found the song very inspirational myself. Okay, Jahida, and then Jim.
Well, a couple things. One, this is actually my favorite song on the album. The music is just it's so, you know, obviously the words, right? But the music itself just really grabbed me. The first moment I heard it, you know, it's kind of got this little haunting sound to it. And it just made me just immediately be like, whoa. And then to listen to the lyrics. And as, you know, we've been saying, I mean, you know, the older you get, and I know this is funny coming from, you know, probably the youngest person in this whole thing, but still, you know, I live with an older guy. So no, but I will say that every year that I grow older, Joni's music becomes something even deeper, you know, and the same thing with this song, you know, and it's interesting that you picked out those lyrics, Mark. But yeah, I mean, I feel like, you know, it's kind of the same reason why I got my Paul McCartney tattoo, you know, as saying "Let It Be." It's just, if you can hold on after people leave you, you know, and if you could still find the joy in life, even though you're grieving, then you're going to be okay. And you know, the last couple of years have been hard and like that. And I feel, you know, this song really is not just for the grandkids, you know, it's for everybody. And the thing is, that's crazy to me too, is that these words aren't even hers. You know, it's Rudyard Kipling, and he wrote this how long ago? You know, and so the themes are so universal that, you know, like I said, they're idioms, and there's a reason why idioms are so universal. You know, and it's just one of those things where you can look at it as face value, you know, and be like, okay, it is an impossible list, right? Or, you know, you can look at it and say, okay, I know this is tough, but if you can do these things to some extent, you don't have to be perfect, right? You can do these things to some extent, then you're going to be all right, you know? And I guess finally, the thing that really it was also for me is if you can dream and not make dreams your master. And I know that kind of almost sounds a little despairing to some extent, right? It's like, well, no, you should dream and you should try and achieve your dreams. But the idea is, if you have a dream, and when I was younger, you know, my dream was to be a successful vocalist, you know, not necessarily famous, just be able to tour the country, do all these things, you know, be able to be a working performer and vocalist. And, you know, I just today had somebody say, oh, you should go on one of those America's Got Talent type of things. And I was like, mm-mm.
Don't you love that advice?
Well, the thing with me is, because I said, you know, that's a young person's game. And I'm over that. I enjoy performing, and I enjoy the way I have it right now. I'm happy where I'm at. And, you know, if I were somebody who wasn't able to to have that just be the way it was, then yeah, that could, you would be making your dreams your master. You'd always be chasing that impossible dream, and I'm really glad that we have a song that our queen has written to help remind us of all these things.
I just want to say one more thing. And you're saying that most of this was not her writing. And I want to go back to the discussion about whether the point that Dave brought up about is the artist obligated to give us hope? And no, I don't believe that the artist is obligated to give us hope. But she did. In this song and in a few more places on this record, she did. And I am damn glad that she did.
Absolutely.
That's all.
All right, I'm going to take Chris, and then we're going to wrap it up because my takeout window closes in 23 minutes.
Okay, well, I'm gonna make this fast.
And I have to work at 7 a.m. Okay.
Idioms, yes. Who else better than a woman responsible for a litany of her own idioms to be able to reinterpret Kipling for this? Yes, I said it earlier too on this meeting that we had tonight. She chose to put this at the end, and it's giving us hope. We're talking about it all. We're all agreeing, I think, that whether or not it's her obligation to do so, it was her choice to do so. And for me, this is, get on with it then. Tits to the wind. Go do it, go do what you can. And that's all we can do. And because of that, she is the wind beneath our wings, the wind at our sails, whatever, she propels us forward. She's done it for years. She's still doing it. And Paz, I hope you're right that she'll be back doing it again. God bless Joni Mitchell.
God bless Joni Mitchell. All right, Jim, you're my last commenter.
Okay. Thanks for shepherding all these meetings so far. And I hope that we do a whole evening on Shadows and Light, because there's a lot to say about that one.
Love that record.
I do not think we're going to do a whole evening, but we are going to do a segment next month on September 20th. So I want to do one more where we kind of go through the live albums and compilations, and then take a couple months off for the holidays, and then do like an archive one in January, maybe an archive 2 in March or April, and then get ready for the third one. How does that feel to everybody? All right, cool.
Got a screening that night.
Then that'll be her new release.
All right. Well, Shine, here it is. What does everyone give it on a scale of 1 to 10? Jim, you're in my upper right-hand corner this time.
Okay, a strong 7.
A 7. Chris.
9.
A 9. Bob.
Also a strong 7, and I'll add that If was covered by Ellen Robinson in 2012. Actually, the very first cover off of this record, unless you count the Herbie Hancock, which isn't really a true cover because it was a thing with Joni.
Right.
So Ellen Robinson, which was great. I was very, very surprised to see the very first cover of this record be If, which is a great song. So yeah, powerful 7, like Jim on this, 7 out of 10.
And Bob, thanks for giving us all the covers all the way from the beginning. It's been awesome.
That's what I do.
All right. Dave and Robin, Shine. I'm a little afraid.
Well, is this on?
Yep.
Oh. As others have said during, these sessions that we've had on other albums, I've really gained a lot from listening to everybody and from Jahida's performance and Sue's performance. I really felt something, so I'm going to say 7.
All right. All right, Dave.
I'm sorry, it's a 4.
Woo. Okay, Laura.
And that's because it has some good moments.
Let it rise up. You know who sang that, right? Randy Carlisle. 9.
All right.
Woo!
Jack.
875.
All right. David.
6.5.
All right. Jahida.
I'm gonna have to go with a 7 as well. I had to take 3 points off for Big Yellow Taxi, 2007, Hannah, and Night of the Iguana. I just don't like those dang songs, so that's 3 points off.
All right. Pause.
I give it a strong 8. I like this record. You know, she's Joni Mitchell. What can you say? Hey, and I get to see Brandy Carlisle on the 9th and the 10th at Red Rock.
Excuse me.
Hyda's going to be my
Also
date
get
one
to
night,
see
and
me.
Les is going to be my date the other night.
I have friends seeing her tomorrow night at Tanglewood.
All right. Sue. Shine. Scale of 1 to 10.
I give it an 8 too.
All right. Ruben.
5.
Whoa.
It's my lowest one.
Mark.
8.
8. And my final Phonogenics Joni Mitchell rating of new material, because we're doing the compilations next. I give Shine a 9.
Wow.
Who are my 9s? Laura
Thank you
and
for doing
Laura.
this, Jeremy.
All right. I love Big Yellow. It's so funny. Jahida were opposites on this one, because usually we're like soul sisters. Hannah, Night of the Iguana, and Big Yellow Taxi are my bops.
Well, you know, we all thought that Taming the Tiger was our last record, and so you know, for this to show up, it's like walking out of a concert hall, and all of a sudden the band walks back on stage. They
Right.
do another half an hour of material.
Yeah.
It's like, well, holy shit, we weren't expecting this. Play on, you know, it's totally bonus. And yeah, this is the same, to Dave's point, the same artist who did For the Roses, Court and Spark, Hissing of Summer Lawns, Hajira, Don Wandrick's Daughter, did that compact, which are all brilliant masterpieces, but that's okay. She doesn't have to achieve that goal for this at this point in her career.
No.
All right, friends. Well, this may be the longest podcast in the series. If not, it's going to be in the top 3, I think. So, Joni Mitchell, Shine. We had a lot to say. I love that we don't all agree, but we still all love each other, because music is subjective. And I'm going to go order some chicken wings and listen to Night of the Iguana in my car. So,
Well, I was just gonna say, I think if she does do another album with what Paz was saying, definitely it should be like a duets. Like
yeah.
she does, like how Tony Bennett did with all of the people and everything. I think like I would just squeal at the idea of somebody like Esperanza Spalding duetting with her, or Charlie Puth, who, mind you, I didn't really know much about him, but that kid's like a genius. and Jacob Collier and all these young people who really just have such a love and understanding of her music. And so I'm really hoping for that, like kind of a Joni's Jam album.
Produced by John Batiste.
Woo!
Produced by Joni Mitchell.
What I want is like later period Johnny Cash, like harsh, dark, gritty.
Joni's version of Hurt shows up.
All right, friends. Well, let's meet in September. Chris just wrote in the chat, love you all, let your little lights shine. All my friends who are all little lights, let them shine, just like this 9-star album that we just talked about.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Next album.
Thank you, Jeremy.
I love you all. I'll see you in September.
Enjoy your chicken wings.
You.